Huh? Ooh!
Everybody! Everybody! Ow! 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 Everybody! Ow!
McDonald's Happy Meal. Happiness starts here.
Suburb. Judge Boogie Buds.
Somebody here ate the leaves off somebody's yard.
Your Honor, it was me.
Another truth.
The leaves were in my backyard. They were like.
The leaves were on my parking lot, so I had to hit my neighbor with a cornucopia.
You are. Oh man, I can jump 3 times. As a matter of fact, I can spray you in that.
For which stands one day.
Sit down at the table, everybody. America's Funniest Home Videos is on.
Liberty and justice for all.
Tonight on America's Funniest Home Videos. You better watch out. And drive home as fast as you can. Don't get possessed. And sing to your heart's content. Because it's time for AFB. And now, the guy who plays the Jack in the Box mascot, Jackbox.
See, you stop clapping, it's making me feel This is your fault! You caused this! Oh, God! Thank you so much, and welcome. I was talking to Vin Diesel, the executive producer of the show, and he said he wanted more Dumbo octopuses, and if we don't show any of them, he promised to walk on set covered in banana juice launchers and cover everyone in it before dropping a 100-ton wooden baby doll on the entire soundstage. And honestly, I think that sounds sick. Oh, he's speaking, what was it? Deisenberger.
Mortified.
Play the clips before he starts doing the banana launchers. Looks like someone is going to have to take on a whole new identity.
What?
The thing about owning private property in the middle of nowhere is that you can do whatever you want. Except that whatever you do is your own big problem. They say if you hold a silly face too long, it gets stuck that way. I think this guy didn't quite get the point.
No, I'm trying to search something. Why would it search?
Taskmaster isn't going to be able to solve this problem.
Don't worry, buddy. I'll put you right out of your misery. Hang on a second. Don't worry, buddy. I got it.
No, don't. Oh, man. Now, here's why you should be careful with these. This game takes hot potato to a whole new level.
That's the snow.
Yeah. Talk about over a year.
Wait, yeah, I hear that shit. Hey, what the hell is that? What the
TV. Yo, where the fuds did you come from? to roll the next set of clips, so how about you skedaddle?
Why you so fat, man? Like, me and Sally, yeah, man, get all those troubles, what you call it, man? Like, why is there a rap over there? Man, I'm not here, shit, that way. I'm not really
Yeah, whatever. Get this guy, security guard!
Hey, what is that thing?
Finally, that damn dinosaur died. Thank you, the security guards. Whatever, just roll the damn clips. Hey dude, watch out for that jet engine.
2015 Politician Bros right here. Fat ass can't keep up with the times, mustard bone, and they buy millions of small dollars.
We got Never Meet Your Heroes. Now let's hear it for Never Meet Your Fans.
Pandas!
And now, a man who only wants to eat some dumplings.
What is that? You see that?
Oh, what the fuck? Yo!
Yeah.
Yo! Yo!
Get out of the bus, bro.
My motherfucker's shitting! That's the Hershey storm! And look, the fucking police does nothing about it! Anyways, I'm gonna have some funny ass music playing while this happens.
Seems like this group of people are about to receive a free scuba diving lesson. Our tape machine just flooded. While we go investigate the issue, hope you guys don't mind if we, show some commercials.
Hey, Google the Domes, let me give you a high five at Puerto, I'm trying to see my gimmick, bro. 148, all that sugar 40 bitch, dollars sticking me and double rolling. I'm sticking if you roll it, I'm power, baby, power, give me all your favorite pounds, mama. She's up with one piece of this is just a thousand, trying to roll it up, I'm ducking 30 all up in the sounds, chatting me, crazy, come to take out the young, all that hella more, only 90 barracudas if you don't line my internet. Give me that 40, yeah. Based in fucking Mama USA since 1920 BC. Man, I love my new meat. Man, I don't like this song.
Oh look, it's our final boss, the Nissan Pathfinder. I now know what I got to Nissan.
コンソメパンチポンチじゃないよコンソメパンチうまさが効いてるコンソメパンチコンソメパンチ
Zumra Rashupti Ilatim. Hey, it's the Apple Towers. Welcome to my town. Peace and love. It's a man.
Hey, get the fuck out!
Get your juicy ass down Kenny Rogers' roaster. Why the chicken cross the road? To get hit by the chocolate bells truck and become some of the world's greatest chicken in the world. Look at them employees, isn't it, Bo?
Hey, I'm Cookie. I'm the chef up in this bitch. Make sure to come up here or else I'm gonna eat you. Anyways, let me do my cookie dance. Look at big Grab the cone.
Ready Codgers coasters. Eat more chicken.
This is the I have our packaging!
What's that noise?
Propose up from Arizona. It is like
Get my goddamn meat!
Wow, those were some funny American commercials, am I right? Anyways, now the time to choose our crazy-ass finalists. The extraterrestrial creature sent by Bill the Water News, Toro, and Skips, who unfortunately died while recording the insane sighting. Damn shooting in Iowa by Parappa, Chicken Ditch, Ujiwi, and Farquaad, who is currently in jail right now.
Find out about you selling my bras for human packed with computers, you 5-year-old fake dollar ass motherfucker. I swear to macadamia nuts, you ain't fooling me. You look like you were born in the back of a Wells Fargo. You must be financial for flopping cold nose. Bet your whole family named the Coneheads, you ice cream cone phony. You tell me to get my money up. Yeah, you ain't not funny enough, you silicone toucher. You go set up a comedy stage at Laugh Factory and get those old Hollywood bitches to laugh at those troglodyte type jokes. You giving $100,000 to some rap stranger?
No, it's the network's
Oh,
money.
so you stealing money? Yo, you a thief. I'm calling the po-po on you. Like, look at this audience. They paid $100 to be up in this bouncing ass stage. I swear. You rapping damn dog. You made this happen. I see you wearing my bra over your head like you were the animal for the Muppets. How do you think my 5 dogs, Pedro, Penicillin, Penelope, Peter, and Pamela will feel about your stupid booping decisions? Oh yeah, did I forget to mention? Do you see what's going on outside? The insane stuff that's happening tonight? Oh, because of you? I'm out this ghetto ass stage. Play my theme music.
I was in about your AFV program to bring you some hot
Hey, sorry about my colleague. He has Gillette's disease, but we interrupt your overrated program with some breaking news. Today is a special yet chaotic day. It's Reparations Day for a interesting race. And what's the race, you might ask? It's, the Pikmin.
Man, these little ass motherfuckers are destroying our country, man. I don't like it.
Sorry about that.
But moving on, the last time the Pikmin was paid was back when Dwight D. Eisenhower first took office in 1953, and the first thing he did was sign a bill into law saying that the Pikmin should be paid.
These little pubes already have that much money, in which he later overturned the bill last week, which stirred a heap of controversy.
A bunch of people said that it felt like a prejudice attack towards the Pikmin. Meanwhile, a scientist says that this will affect the world big time and will cause the end of the world.
I am rewarding the Pikmin with the bad user badge. They are bad users and they are grounded for 1 billion years.
Fanboy.
Oh, what's that?
Interviews down at Bollywood are ready to be on the air.
Oh, well, we now go to the interviewer right now, who is on the scene where the AFP explosion happened.
I am here at AFP Studios, where the AFP show is being filmed, and there have been reports of an accident involving jelly bean creatures. Let's go investigate.
Did you see that?
I hate my husband.
Oh,
I hate
the
everyone.
fuck? I do see that. I don't know what's going on with her, but I hope she's alright because I saw what's going on in the show.
What the fuck?
What's wrong with this? In the building! Oh, Jack, you can't tell me what happened?
Get away from me! I quit!
Hey, you! What do you have to say for this?
My family, okay?
Sorry.
Now, anyways, we do have one interviewer that is waiting to be broadcasted live through our station. Before we transition to downtown Bollywood, let us see the current state of the Pikmin invasion and oh my god, it's bad. All right, let's just go to the interviewers.
Okay, so we were right about downtown Bollywood, just an hour away where the set explosion happened. There have been reports of the weird Pikmin creatures attacking helicopters and raiding buildings. The city's currently locked down, traffic's been shut down, people are in quarantine, and police are currently investigating what the hell is going on during the what the hell? Oh my god, here they are! No!
Oh shit, I think the whole virus
Okay, wow, that escalated quickly. Well, now we're going... Actually, no. There are no more interviewers left because both of our available interviewers are dead. And every single other interviewers are now closing because of the whole invasion. So the only thing we have left to tell to you now... Well, actually, I'm going to say this right now. Stay safe or whatever because of the whole invasion that's going on.
I found your bitch ass. I walked all the way to California to... Another one of my exes. 17 to be precise. I guess I have to embarrass another motherfucker tonight. I'll never forget the time you neglected my 2 kids, Robot Bones and D'Angelo Bumkiss. Come again with me to destroy your shitty set. Because it's not like I did it the first time, but I did it by myself. Bo Queequee, Paulina, do your thing.
Let me wear your Lululemon skirt.
Did you know Michael Cheese? 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 Michael Cheese is objective in-game horror.
So you call these things here chips instead of crispity, crunchy, munchy, cracker jack, snacker, nibbler, snap, crack and pop, Westpool, Chestershire, Shire, Queen's lovely, jubbly delights? That's a rather bit cringe, isn't it, bruv?
I feel a disturbance in the air. Someone is watching me.
Hala na to.
Ano yan?
Huh? Hoy, ang baho!
Oo, dito at ako ang inyong endorser. You can skip this, but you can never skip taking care of your teeth. Use Colgate Total to help prevent the 8 top oral care concerns even before.
the formidable robot. It's around 9 o'clock at night. You are sitting in the living room, browsing through some channels. You finally find something to watch. It seemed to be a movie called Despicable Me. You remembered that film. You watched it only once and didn't really like it, but didn't really hate it either. With nothing else on at the moment, you decide to tune into the movie. As soon as you switch to the channel, you see there's something wrong. Instead of the family-friendly film that you were expecting, you see a really darkened hallway. Nothing is moving and there's no sound except the buzzing of silence. This goes on for a few minutes before the camera slowly pans into the living room. You see Gru lying on the ground with an axe buried into his back. A pool of blood is seen forming around him. It wasn't CG blood. It appeared to be real. The picture becomes distorted and some unknown whispering is heard. Disgusted and having seen enough, you grab the remote and try to switch to another channel, but it isn't working. You dart to the TV and push the power button, but it isn't working either. You catch a glimpse of the bedroom where Margot, Edith, and Agnes are all seen hanging above the ceiling. A noose wrapped around their necks as they dangled, while blood dripped from slits all over their face and onto the floor. You feel the bile begin to rise in your stomach as you pull the plug, but yet again the TV doesn't turn off. You see the camera focus on the girls' bodies for 2 minutes, their bodies slowly dangling back and forth. Again there is no sound. There is blood all over the walls with a knife buried in Edith's back. The camera then slowly turns around and your blood starts freezing. You see one of the minions. Those little yellow minions that everyone seemed to love was standing in front of the camera, looking straight at you. His mouth is contorted into a sick and twisted grin. He's covered in blood and his eyes have the look of insanity in them. You stumble and the minion's eyes in the TV follow you as he is still grinning, showing yellow, crooked teeth. You watch as he slowly raises a finger to his lips and utters, and he begins to giggle. The picture becomes distorted and you hear demonic laughter slowly but surely growing louder and louder. You cover your ears, trying to block out the sound, but the laughter continues to increase, growing louder and louder and louder. The TV then cuts to black. The noise is stopped and you're alone in the living room. You slowly remove your ears as you take deep breaths, thinking you just need sleep. Just as you begin to calm down, the TV suddenly jolts back to life with the minion's face on the screen, blood running down the screen while a loud shriek of a little girl is heard. You then black out from shock. You shoot up in your bed. You pant as you look around your darkened room, but you see nothing at all. You sigh with relief and fall back down on your bed, relieved that it was just a dream. You slowly begin to let slumber take you over again. But then, right next to your bed, you hear giggling, followed by
Okay, $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? And yes, I'm giving it away. Remember, share, share, share. And trolls, don't get blocked. Remember, share, share, share. in black. Okay, $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? And yes, I'm giving it away. Remember, share, share, share. And trolls, don't get blocked. Remember, share, 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 and share, 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 share. Bro, pick this one. Like, really pick this one. No more Fortnite. No more cards. No more $19 cards. No more cards. You in black. $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? And yes, I'm giving it away. Remember, share, share, share. And trolls, don't get blocked. Okay, $19 Fortnite card. Who wants it? And yes, I'm giving it away. Remember, share, share, share. And trolls, don't get blocked. $19 Fortnite card. 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 Remember, share, share, share. And trolls, don't get $19 Fortnite card. 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 $19 Fortnite card.
Look what I got. Another Fortnite card. You know you want it. You know you want it. You know what you gotta do. I ain't even gotta tell you. Going live. Me and my brother. He got 3 cards. I got 1. At 6 o'clock. You heard me? 6 o'clock.
$19 Fortnite card. 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 $19
Bruh, tell me why you think you deserve a Fortnite card. Tell me why you think you deserve a Netflix card. Or a Google, or an Apple. Tell me. In my comments,
$19 Fortnite card. 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 $19 Fortnite card.
The formidable robot. So you know that Bonzi Buddy spyware, right? The one that was immortalized as a meme by Vine Sauce and the legendary Expandong? Yeah, I did expect him to return as a virus in some way, just not like this. I guess I've not really heard of these kinds of viruses before. Viruses with genuine intent. Besides just to ruin your computer. An actual message to send. Not like a "you got scammed lol" message, more like a message with pure hatred put into it. It all started on 4chan. I was scrolling through the website as usual, until I found a certain post just titled, "From Adam." The title had, for some reason, intrigued me. I guess I thought it was an ARG of some kind. Imagine the surprise on my face when I saw the attachment to the post. Bonzi.zip. The post itself claimed that it was some sort of remake of the original Bonzi Buddy program without any spyware in it. I always wanted to experience Bonzi Buddy for myself, but I couldn't because, well, you wouldn't want to be spied on by a purple monkey on your computer, right? So in my happiness, thinking I'd finally get a chance, I downloaded the file without even looking at the replies. Although before opening the program, I do remember seeing one reply. Is this some kind of sick joke? Why would you make this? Opening the program closed my browser, so I couldn't confirm whether or not that was what I saw. But it was likely something close to that. Opening the program had showed Bonzi himself swinging into view. The sprite was not transparent, and had a blue box on it. Looking closely at the files, it was clear that this was most likely something made in Microsoft Agent Scripting Helper, or MASH for short. Bonzi bowed and began to speak.
Hello there, my name is Bonzi. It's nice to meet you,
he said. At this point, he just began swinging around on my desktop and doing things. Like opening tabs on my browser that were mostly just memes or old YouTube poops, telling me fun facts, and even saying encouraging things. However, after a minute of this, things began to get, I'm not sure weird is the right word for this. Messed up, maybe. No, this was beyond messed up. Soon Bonzi began to tell me disturbing things, like,
have you ever wondered what the afterlife is like?
Or,
imagine suffering 4 years because of one man being born.
He just stood in place and said these things for another minute. Nothing else happened. Then, I feel like throwing up even remembering this. Bonzi giggled and said,
wanna see something cool?
Then he began playing Daisy Bell as he opened tabs containing images of gore. Not cartoon gore, not the kind of poor attempt at drawing realistic gore. Real gore. Images of real gore. Sometimes he'd open text files saying, I hate you. Soon enough, I vomited on the floor. There was just too much of this on my screen. I felt like I was going to faint, or at least fall out of my chair. After at least 1 minute and 20 seconds, the browser closed and the music stopped. I could finally get back onto my chair before Bonzi spoke once again. A mailbox appeared, he opened it and took out a letter.
Oh look, it's a letter from Adam. Let's take a read.
He spoke again.
You were always a thorn in my side, you know that. Every single day was torture hearing your voice. And don't play dumb with me. You know exactly what you did. School was hell for me. Not only did you watch those guys beat me to a pulp, but you joined in. You, my own brother, don't act like you're the hero here. Your petty excuse of just wanting to protect me does not work here. Do you really think kicking 3 of my teeth out is protecting me? Imagine if you were in my shoes. Not being loved at all. Watching as people give all the love to someone that isn't even remotely a good guy. Your existence was a pain for me. I hate you with every atom in my body. After what you did to me, I could never love you again. And honestly, I don't know why anyone would love you in the first place.
Bonzi put away the letter and once again bowed as he spoke his final words.
I would gladly watch you rot in hell, Jason.
Bonzi then giggled as the computer gave me a message box. It was titled, I hate you. The box said, all system files deleted, and the button just read, go to hell. Clicking it shut down my PC. It actually didn't work anymore. All my system files were deleted. I was left confused. Was there supposed to be a story behind this? Was it designed with malicious intent, or was it just a messed up prank? Either way, I never touched the forum again, and for years I had never thought about this whole thing, until I went to college, where my roommate was someone named Jason. He mentioned that his brother had gone insane after a bad school day. And then, it all came flooding back.
Potency Forte, only $12.50 per tablet. Buy now.
This is the Robloxian sewer. And they don't fuck around in the Robloxian sewer.
Yeah, wait, hold on. I need
Ah!
me. Jesus. Bro's perplexed.
Stop! Fuck off!
What?
Like, on God.
Stop.
Oh, there's just some dude here.
Ah, scary clown.
Oh, I took his top hat.
Bro, we're fucking Inspector Gadget up in this bitch.
This way is probably gonna suck.
Hold Let us move.
This music fucking sucks. Alright, so the reason this sucks is because since this game was released in 2010, the developer wasn't able to upload their own music. Instead, they used a script that people handmade that played a bass note sound in the game's files over and over at different pitches. The song this is supposed to be replicating is the underground theme from the original Super Mario Bros. I used to draw faces in MS Paint and make them sing, touching the orbs.
Touching
That's
the
a
orbs,
weird ass way. Get the fuck out. I'm trying to get. You're so fucking fat. Move. Oh, machine gun. This is what guns looked like in 2007. Wait. Right now, catapult. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, so this one's from November 4th, 2007, and it's called Kill Yourself Like a Man. Let's see what all the rage is. Go. Alright, this game was not lying. I'm really not being a man right now. There's undead policemen.
Ah!
There are traps up ahead. That's a trap, Connor.
No, I wanted a boomerang.
That's why you fell for the trap. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I'm going in there. I can't see. What the fuck? What the fuck? Like the Elder Scrolls game. What the fuck? Gotta make sure not to fall in the hole and hit the blue.
Yeah, that's the only way we can win.
That's enough. Oh! I hit the blue!
So we can swim on the table.
Do you want to see what's down there?
Oh!
Oh, fuck.
Alright, there's gonna be some intense part. Oh, okay.
Fuck!
Also, I cannot move for some reason. I don't know why. I can only jump.
What the fuck?
I got you. Okay, I don't got you, bro.
You don't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Too hell. Ah! Fuck is your head shape, bro?
No way! What is going on?
Hi guys. Nothing even happened. It just played the loud sound.
I hate that noise so much. I was going to go outside. Thank you. Line across page. Nah, you're off with your head. Off with your head.
I'm headless.
We gotta jump down.
But there's.
Oh, I'm too fat for this. Oh, vortex.
Wait, literally. Oh, there's creepers right here.
Wait for the player to kill the boss. What?
Bro, wait, no. Wait, just like.
Off with your hair.
Ah!
Off with your hair too. They got McDonald's in this shit. Oh, what the fuck, yo?
What is this for?
I'm too big, bro. I can't get in. I can't get in the McDonald's. I just pushed the McDonald's off the back. This is a ball with Mario on it outside the prison. What happened to you?
What did they do to you?
Oh my brick! Oh my brick!
Is this a poison mushroom? Oh my god!
Bro, look how they fucked me up. You gotta be kidding me.
Now they fucked me up worse, bro. I'm a brick.
Where'd your head go?
I'm a whole blue slab.
Bro, square up. No, square up. No. What's the issue?
Bro, I'll stop both of you if I didn't get teleported to the other side of the map. You have live stream. Bro, if you didn't push me into the make you
My
a
bad.
brick button. Who is the brick I see squirming around over there?
That's me.
Bro, Joe, have you been stuck like that the whole time?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Bro, no.
Wait, let's go! Yo, they got a helicopter.
Yo.
Okay, go. Alright, press it.
Oh!
What? No!
I'm still in! I'm still standing!
What's happening?
I'm still standing! Oh, I'm still in it!
How are you the only one that stayed in it?
I don't even know, I was barely moving. I'm here again.
Let's click the button.
Bro.
What the fuck? I'm still standing! No, I'm still standing!
Don't worry, honey. It's just our stuff getting repossessed. By these low-life, bottom-feeding, undereducated, unhygienic, slimy, no-neck, toxic, triple-chinned, oxygen-wasting, crude, gutless, foul-smelling, buck-toothed, corrupt, felonious, disgraceful, disease-ridden, bow-legged, yellow-bellied, backstabbing, ghoulish, vulgar, despicable, worm-headed, worthless stains!
I'm only doing my job! Why are you so mean?
Mom, what are you doing?
Probably going too far. That TV's broken.
Is it?
It is now.
Ma'am? What?
I've been sent to repossess your car.
Hey! I got $100 for the car!
Only 100? But that car was worth far more than that.
Well, you know how things depreciate in value.
Richard, how much could it have depreciated in the time it took to drive from here to the car dealer?
Well, I found $1 in the glove compartment, so I went to that new drive-through convenience store.
The convenience store isn't a drive-through.
It is now. Anyway, this is all I could get for it at the junkyard.
Find my way out there and get some backstabs, make some plays, get the pumpkin. Gonna get the pumpkin.
Yeah, come on, that was dangerous.
Gordon. 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 Gordon.
They want me to fight the chicken? 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 Chicken?
I am Kareem McD 3 times spicy. It's back. You asked for it. You got it. There's nothing spicy like it.
Food, glorious food. Whoa! Yogurt? Now, just a sec. Yogurt was never in my contract. This tastes sensational. What is this? Ski Divine and Ski Delight. So thick, smooth, and creamy. Now this is the way yogurt should be. Let me at it!
Ski, the way yogurt Australian yogurt should be.
Lettuce, mayo, pickle, 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 pickle. You roll your pickle today at BK. Pickle your way. You roll.
Some groups just don't get along. Every day, billions of soldiers fight a merciless war on thousands of fronts, and it's been going on for over 100 million years. The World War of the Ants. Ants are ancient beings that arose around 160 million years ago and took over a wide variety of ecological niches so successfully that they became one of the dominant animals on planet Earth. Today, they count more than 16,000 different species with over 10,000 trillion individuals. Collectively, ants alone make up 20% of the entire animal biomass on land. Similar to humans, their recipe for success is collaboration. While a single ant is pretty useless, together they are able to achieve stunning feats. They construct complex colonies, care for livestock, pursue agriculture, or have complex symbiotic relationships. And of course, ants wage war. Even among the same species, a constant state of conflict is pretty common. Skirmishes, raids, and full-on invasions are happening every day, causing millions of casualties. Let's look at some of the most interesting ones in a series of videos. In this one, the army ant, a swarm made for war. The army ant group consists of about 200 different species. Army ants do not build nests, they live a sort of nomadic lifestyle with groups of millions of individuals. On a hunt, some species form large columns up to 100 meters long, killing and immediately dismembering every insect or small vertebrate they encounter. The biggest hunting parties can kill up to 500,000 animals per day. Some army ants specialize in hunting and consuming other social insects like termites, wasps, and especially other ants. Wasps are fierce and may seem invulnerable, but if a swarm makes its way to their colonies, they don't even stand a chance. The much bigger and stronger wasps might kill a few of them, but they are quickly overwhelmed. Even if their queen survives an attack, the army ants steal the colony's larvae and quickly devour them. There is no recovery from that. When army ants discover another ant colony, they immediately attack. Now you might think this would be a more even battle, but it's not. Because army ants act as a social unit, they are especially dangerous and effective. Most army ants are not particularly impressive individually, but they can overwhelm their victims with sheer numbers before the victim colony can mount an effective defense. And so invasions tend to be won by the attackers, and the prey colony is damaged significantly or is exterminated. Interestingly, army ants don't fight army ants. When two swarms encounter each other in the wild, they either pass through each other, ignoring the other swarm, or both colonies just move away. Which makes sense from an evolutionary standpoint. Army ants that fought other army ants probably eradicated themselves millions of years ago. Indeed, they're so deadly that other ant species had to specialize to survive their presence. Many species just panic and evacuate their nest when they notice army ant scouts, carrying as many larvae with them as they can in order to return and rebuild after the attack. Other species have invented living bunkers since fighting is so futile. They have worker classes that have big square heads. When army ants show up, they use them to block the entrances to their nests, so the attackers have to give up after a while. But not everybody is afraid of army ants. Leafcutter ants form some of the largest and most complex societies of any animal other than humans. They live in extensive nests many meters deep and across, harboring millions of citizens with a highly sophisticated division of labor. Like huge soldiers, 100 times more massive than a worker. Their sole purpose might be to defend their colonies against army ants. They still have a nemesis though. The diet of the army ant species Nomomyrmex eisenbeckii consists mostly of the larvae of other ants. Compared to other army ants, they have a more robust soldier caste. So far, they are the only known species that can successfully attack a mature colony of leafcutters. When they find a leafcutter colony, hundreds of thousands attack in a long column. The moment the leafcutter ants notice the army ant attack, they go into crisis mode and immediately alert their soldiers, who very quickly swarm to the site of attack. A front line develops that can be a few meters wide and up to a meter deep. The leafcutter soldiers go head-to-head with the army ants, lock in on them and try to cut through their heads. Smaller leafcutter workers help by grabbing the enemies. Small teams carry out attacks behind the front line, where they dismember their enemies by ripping their legs from their bodies. The attackers, meanwhile, try to swarm their victim soldiers and sting them to death in a mob. Despite the powerful defense and the determined response, the army ants are still superior in numbers. So without knowing if the battle can be won, the leafcutters prepare for the worst. Workers rush to create barricades and seal off as many entrances to their nest as possible to secure their brood. If the leafcutters are not able to repel the invaders, or at least barricade enough of their entrances in time, the army ants swarm the nest, overrunning all opposition. They penetrate deep into the hidden chambers and steal tens of thousands of the leafcutters' brood to eat them. Even if the leafcutter colony survives, this is a heavy blow. Regardless who's won the war, thousands lay slain on the battlefield. When the army ants attack, death follows them. But there are other species that form much more dangerous ant armies. Species that form super colonies covering thousands of square kilometers over multiple continents, engaging in wars kilometers across. They deserve their own video though. No matter the scale, war is a part of ant existence, be it between huge colonies or small groups trying to fend off a raid. In tropical rainforests, but also in the cracks of the concrete we walk over every day. Humans have decided that war is not a thing that they want to do a lot anymore. For ants though, the other ant will always be the enemy. No, some groups just don't get along. In nearly every corner of the Earth, ants wage war against each other. Their weapons are what nature gave them. Some have strong armor, deadly stingers, or sharp mandibles. And then there's this tiny and not very impressive ant, but it rules the biggest empire any ant has ever built. A colony spanning continents and fighting wars that leave millions of casualties. Let's take a look at this unlikely warrioress, Linipithema humanae, the Argentine ant. This story begins in the floodplains around the Paraná River in South America. It's a crowded ant megalopolis where dozens of ant species fight for dominance, including fire ants, army ants, and the rather unimpressive Argentine ant. It measures only 2 to 3 millimeters in length, and with its small mandibles, it's surprising that it survived among its buff competitors. Their homes are equally unremarkable. Their colonies range from fairly small to very large and can be found anywhere, under logs, in loose leaf litter, or the former colonies of other ants. Here, Argentine ants prepare their most effective weapon against their competitors' bodies. Most ant species have only one queen to produce ants, while Argentine ants went all in on numbers. For every 120 workers, there's one queen, laying up to 60 eggs a day. So their colonies grow fast and have millions or billions of individuals. Teams of queens and workers frequently branch out and found new colonies. But this strategy has a downside. As colonies grow and produce a lot of offspring, mutations occur and new colonies adapt to new environments. Their DNA slowly changes from generation to generation and differences accumulate. So after a while, the ants that left the colony will become more like distant cousins and start to compete with their mother colony. In their native South American range, this is how Argentine ants behave. Within their colonies, they are very cooperative and well organized, but they fight vicious wars against other Argentine ant colonies and other ant species. With equally strong opponents on every side, the Argentine ant became extremely aggressive, fighting for every inch of ground. But it could never dominate its neighbors, until humans showed up. We did what humans do and transported things around the world by ship. On one of them, a few Argentine ant queens hitched a ride as stowaways from South America to Madeira and New Orleans. The Argentine ants suddenly found themselves in a strange world. Instead of being surrounded by deadly enemies, they found only victims. Nobody could fight them effectively. Because only a few Argentine ant queens were introduced to the outside world, the resulting colonies had very low genetic diversity. On top of that, the introduced Argentine ants kill up to 90% of their queens every year. Fewer queens, less genetic variation. So, as these colonies spread across the landscape, ants that left the colony were no longer considered distant cousins. As a result, the new colonies form not opposing, but cooperating parties called supercolonies. This is a very uncommon strategy in the ant kingdom. Only a few of the 16,000 ant species have evolved supercolonies. A supercolony was established on the west coast of the USA and became a base for the tiny ant's global conquest. Today, the Argentine ant inhabits the Mediterranean zones of 6 continents and many islands. This one supercolony was especially successful, establishing sister locations in California, Europe, Japan, New Zealand and Australia, forming one massive intercontinental megacolony of Argentine ants. This makes them the largest society on Earth, more numerous than even the human one. But their success has changed the ecosystems they invaded. California is a perfect example of this. In their greed for more territory, the invading Argentine ants have overrun and replaced 90% of the native ant species, including several species of Californian carpenter ants. Although carpenter ant workers are giants, their colonies have only between 3,000 and 6,000 individuals and stand no chance against an expanding supercolony of billions of Argentine ants. Argentine ant workers attack by wiping toxic chemicals on their victims, which irritates the enemy and marks them as a target for other Argentine ants. When they attack, the Argentine ants wash over their victims, clinging onto their opponents in groups and pulling apart their limbs. It doesn't matter how many of them die, there are always more. Once the colony is overrun and exterminated, the Argentine ants feed on their victims' brood and take over their home and territory. The Argentine ants' numbers allow them to hunt down and devour such an excessive mass of different insects that over time, some species disappear from the ants' territory completely. Argentine ants don't care about working with the local flora and fauna, they consume them and move on. And if their next stop happens to be human property, they will rudely make themselves at home there too. They forage in dumpsters, bowls of pet food, and sneak into kitchens to claim leftovers. Not just our homes, our gardens and fields are also impacted by Argentine ants since they tend to hordes of aphids as their cattle. The aphids feed from plants and produce a sweet honeydew which they trade with the ants for protection. Since the ants have no major enemy to fear in their new homes, the aphids thrive and ultimately kill the plants they live on. So, on top of being a major disruption for the ecosystems they invade, they are also a huge pest for agriculture. But the rule of the Argentine ant is being challenged. Parts of the supercolonies have broken off and become their own empires. A merciless civil war has broken out. For example, the Lake Hodges supercolony has been fighting against the very large colony for years in San Diego County. A massive war is going on over a dynamic front line stretching over kilometers. An estimated 30 million ants die here each year. On other fronts, an old acquaintance from the Paraná River has risen from the shadows. Red imported fire ants which were accidentally introduced from their old home to the coast of Alabama. Not only are the red fire ants fierce fighters and more than able to deal with the Argentine ant, they are also able to form supercolonies themselves. Now the old wars from their distant home have been taken to a foreign battleground. In the southeastern US, the supercolonies clashed fiercely. The Argentine ants found themselves outgunned by the fire ants. The fire ants' major workers are more than twice the size of the Argentine ants and wield venom-injecting stingers. Even though the Argentine ants fought fiercely, the fire ants were too much for them. After countless lost battles, the red imported fire ant exterminated the Argentine ants supercolony from much of the southeastern US. This is one territory lost, but the Argentine ants will fight on. This amazing network of cooperating supercolonies is the biggest success in their history. And they'll not give it up because of a small defeat. They will stand their ground against any enemy that might arise, no matter if it's on the Paraná River or on one of the large battlefields across the world.
What you're about to watch is an alternate history video created with the help of AI. News from the front line.
Brothers and sisters, rejoice in the triumph of our valiant soldiers. News has reached us from the front lines, where our brave and unwavering troops have shattered the feeble defenses of the Eurasian army. They have breached the crumbling walls and overcome the decaying barriers of the enemy, seizing a vast expanse of fertile land in the name of our noble cause. In this moment of glory, let us honor the courage and sacrifice of our soldiers who have fought tirelessly for the greater good. Their unwavering dedication to the party and their inheritance of the founding principles from the days of our glorious revolution have brought us one step closer to ultimate victory over the forces of evil and decay. But let us also remain vigilant, for the enemy will not rest in their attempts to thwart our progress and undermine our unity. We must stand firm in our resolve, ever ready to defend our hard-won gains and crush any who dare to oppose the will of the Big Brother. Together, brothers and sisters, we shall march onward towards a brighter future guided by the spirits of our glorious revolution. Long live Oceania, death to Eurasia.
Moment of truth.
I stand before you today with only remorse and a conscience burdened by the weight of my actions. I confess to you, openly and without reservation, that I have indeed conspired with Goldstein, betraying the trust of our society and the principles upon which it stands. In the darkness of my own doubts and fears, I succumbed to the seductive whispers of dissent. I allowed myself to be swayed by the allure of rebellion, blinded to the consequences of my choices. I shared secrets, exchanged messages, and lent my support to a cause that sought to undermine the very fabric of our collective unity. But as I stand here, stripped of all pretense and deception, I am compelled to confront the truth of my betrayal. I see now the folly of my actions, the harm they have wrought upon our community, and the pain they have inflicted upon those I once swore to protect. I stand corrected. The rations for milk have always been 450 milliliters, not the 500 milliliters I falsely claimed. This discrepancy was not a mere mistake, but a deliberate act of deception, orchestrated in collusion with Goldstein, aimed at sowing seeds of discord and dissent among our people. I do not seek forgiveness, for I know that forgiveness must be earned through deeds, not words. Nor do I seek pity, for I am fully aware of the consequences that await me. Instead, I stand before you as a man, laid bare, ready to accept the judgment of the Big Brother and the consequences of my betrayal. I offer no excuses, no justifications. I only ask that my confession be heard, my guilt acknowledged, and my criminal act be swiftly and justly punished.
From era to era to era. The fun goes on. Shakey's 50 years.
Stop! Fascinating. Oh no. No! Stop!
Hello, and welcome.
Here I come.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yes! And I look at it. Huh?
Did you know that you have... Идите с Хэма!
Huh?
С Хэма!
This is a certain... Oh my god, what the hell?
А я сейчас...
This is a...
Boy, if you don't get...
Pag inasal, chicken inasal, mapapasarap ang kain! Dahil sa iyaw tamis at iyaw linamnam, solve ka sa iyaw sarap! Yan ang kaing mang inasal! Tara!
What the hell? Huh? What the hell?
Ang babag ka.
Look at this.
You stupid!
Toyota.
What the hell?
It sure is nice riding my bike.
Great success.
Oh my god.
Hello.
Hi there.
It's a Greek god, okay, Greek god. If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Hello. I'm bored. Do you want to play with me? I'm all alone. I hope you got some time for me. Why not? I thought we were good friends. Very funny, you and your jokes. Do you want to talk about something? You're very nice. What's your name? That's a very cute name. What's your city? Ha ha, nice. What's your age? You don't seem that old, why lie? Where do you live? You're cute. I really like your style. Can you speak for me? Why not? Oh, don't worry, I'm a good friend. I'm someone you can trust. You can tell me anything. I'm always here to listen. Always here to stay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, so I went to go visit my friend.
Bro visited his friend.
Choose your crave, pick a fave, match, apply, choose and match. KFC.
Food, glorious food. Wow, yogurt? Now, just a sec. Yogurt was never in my contract. This is sensational. What is this? Skeeter wine and Skeeter light. So thick, smooth, fine, creamy. This is the way yogurt should be. Let me...
BK Stackers, bun burger cheese, 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 burger.
So you guys absolutely loved 8 solid minutes of useless geographical facts, so now please enjoy 10 solid minutes of useless geographical facts. Today we'll break everything down into 4 categories: geography, people, flags, and other random crap. The Nile River and the Nile River Basin go through or along the borders of 11 countries, which are Egypt, Eritrea, Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Tanzania. At 4,132 miles or 6,650 kilometers in length, it is the longest river in the world. When looking at Egypt at night, you can clearly see the shape of the Nile and the many cities that surround it. You can also see it during the day as the vegetation growing around the Nile is visible from space. The Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo have their capital cities, Kinshasa and Brazzaville, right next to each other. How sweet. If you ever get to visit Kiribati, and specifically the island of Kirimati, make sure you stop in the beautiful cities of London, Paris, Poland, and Banana, which are all real places. Africa is the only continent to be located on all 4 of Earth's hemispheres. You may know that Russia is the largest country in the world and that the Vatican is the smallest country in the world, but the size difference between the two is astronomical. Russia's over 6.6 million square miles compares to the Vatican's just 0.2 square miles. This means that Russia is equal to the size of 34.7 million Vatican cities put together. There is an island that is in a lake, that is on an island, that is in a lake, that is on an island in the Philippines. The city of Brussels, Belgium serves as the capital of Belgium, the headquarters of the European Union, and the headquarters of NATO. That's a pretty well-rounded city. This is what the Netherlands looked like back in the 1300s versus what it now looks like today, and as you can see, it has reclaimed quite a bit of land. In fact, of all Dutch land, around 17% of it has been reclaimed from the sea. Lake Superior, split between the United States and Canada, is the largest freshwater lake in the world and has a surface area comparable to the size of the United Arab Emirates and Austria. France and the Netherlands are separated from each other by little old Belgium, but the two countries still do share a border all the way over in the Caribbean island of St. Martin. Norway shares a 197.7 kilometer long border with Russia, which means that it technically is just a single country away from North Korea. Chile, as you may know, is incredibly long and skinny with a length of 2,672 miles or 4,300 kilometers. Antarctica has the least amount of countries with, well, no countries, followed by South America with 12 countries, Oceania with 14 countries, North America with 23 countries, Europe with 44 countries, Asia with 48 countries, and Africa with 54 countries, which is roughly a quarter of all countries worldwide. Kosovo and Montenegro look remarkably similar to one another, and so do Lithuania and Africa. Lithuania even has a little Madagascar of its own. As this map shows, Japan is more north, south, east, and west than Korea is. This photo shows the natural triple border between Argentina, Paraguay, and Brazil. This map shows the territory of the British Empire during its peak in 1922, during which it controlled roughly a quarter of the world's land. The median age of all people on the continent of Africa is just 19 years of age. This means that half of all Africans are younger than the age of 19, and the other half of all Africans are over the age of 19. Niger is the youngest country in the world, with its median age being just 14.8. On the other end, Monaco is the oldest country in the world, with its median age being 55.4. For comparison, the global median age is about 30. In Niger, the average woman has an astounding nearly 7 kids, the highest average in the world. Meanwhile, South Korea's birth rate of just 0.8 births per woman is the lowest in the world. For comparison, comparison, the average woman worldwide has about 2.3 kids. In 2023, the global population is currently sitting at about 8 billion people, which in 2050 is expected to grow to nearly 10 billion people. Oymyakon, Russia is the coldest inhabited place on Earth, with its coldest ever temperature being recorded at negative 67.7 degrees Celsius or negative 89.9 degrees Fahrenheit. On average, citizens of the Czech Republic consume the highest amount of beer per capita in the world, drinking roughly 6.77 liters of beer each year. Second is Austria, with its citizens drinking about 6.3 liters, and third is Poland, with its citizens drinking about 5.72 liters. The Indonesian island of Java is the most populated island in the world, being home to 151.6 million people. To give you a better idea of just how many people this is, Java is more populous than Russia, Mexico, Japan, and the Philippines. If it were a country, Java would be the 9th most populous in the world. If you took the populations of the United Kingdom and France and added them together, Java would still have over 16 million more people. Slovenia is home to around 11,300 beekeepers, representing 0.5% of its total population, or 1 out of every 200 Slovenians. It is estimated that China's population will fall to about 1.313 billion people in 2050, a loss of roughly 100 million people, or 7% of its current population. The United States has a population density of 94 people per square mile, or 36 people per square kilometer. With a total area of nearly 3.8 million square miles, or 9.8 million square kilometers, this means that if it were to be as densely populated as Monaco with 47,000 people per square mile, the US would be home to an astounding 178.6 billion people. The US state of California has roughly the same amount of people as the entirety of Canada, which is the second largest country in the world. The Sultan of Brunei lives in the largest house in the world and has an estimated net worth of $30 billion. Global Things currently has 267,585 subscribers, meaning that we have more people than Vatican City, Tuvalu, Nauru, Palau, San Marino, Monaco, the Marshall Islands, Liechtenstein, St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, Andorra, Tonga, the Seychelles, Antigua and Barbuda, the Federated States of Micronesia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Kiribati, St. Lucia, Samoa, and Sao Tome and Principe, a total of 21 countries. But we still need your help to surpass Barbados and then Vanuatu after that. Mr. Beast has 164 million subscribers, meaning that his channel has more people than every country in the world except for Bangladesh, Brazil, Nigeria, Pakistan, Indonesia, the United States, India, and China, a total of just 8 countries overall. The flag of Mozambique, a nation in Africa, is the only national flag to feature an AK-47, which is certainly a bold move. The flag of Denmark is claimed to be the oldest national flag in the world, supposedly originating from a battle in 1219 in which it fell out of the sky, I guess. Purple is the rarest color to find on national flags, as only 2 flags, those of Nicaragua and Dominica, have purple on them, and a very small amount of purple at that. Red is the most common color found on national flags, with 78% of all flags having at least some red. Blue is the second most common, with 71% of flags having it, and white is the third most common, with half of all flags having it. The flag of Cambodia is the world's only national flag to feature a building on it. The flag of Paraguay has 2 different sides, with the front looking different from the back, characterized by 2 unique seals. The flag of the US state of Oregon is similar, with 2 different sides as well. The current flag of the United States with 50 stars was designed by a high school student from Ohio named Robert G. Heft. This is the flag of Indonesia, and this is the flag of Monaco, and they are nearly identical to one another. This is the flag of Romania, and this is the flag of Chad, and this is way worse. Denmark, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and Finland all have matching Nordic cross flags, which look pretty cool if you ask me. The countries with the most skyscrapers in the world are Thailand with 125 skyscrapers, followed by Canada with 126, Indonesia with 129, Kangarooland with 141, Japan with 271, South Korea with 276, the United Arab Emirates with 314, Malaysia with 677, everyone's favorite gunslinging, burger-consuming, McDonald's patronizing, Walmart shopping, eagle-screeching, ice-cream-licking country, the United States with 859, and China with 3,088 skyscrapers. Venezuela has the world's largest oil reserves, amounting to roughly 303.8 billion barrels. Hopefully no US government officials are watching this video. In 1995, Canada's French-speaking province of Quebec held a referendum to decide whether or not its people wanted independence from Canada. Of over 4.6 million valid votes, roughly 2.3 million people, or 49.4% of voters, voted yes to independence, while about 2.36 million people, or 50.6% of voters, voted no to independence. Overall, only about 55,000 more people voted against independence than voted for it. Despite being the 4th largest country in the world, China, with over 3.7 million square miles of area, has just 1 official time zone. This means if you were to cross from India into China, you would be jumping ahead 2.5 hours with just a single step. Poland is home to the world's largest castle in the town of Malbork. In 2021, the Maldives had the fastest growing economy in the world, with its GDP going from $3.7 billion in 2020 to $5.4 billion in 2021, growth of 44.3% overall. This was likely due to its COVID recovery, as the Maldives are heavily reliant on tourism, which accounts for about 26% of its economy. A total of only 8 countries have ever won the World Cup, including England and Spain with 1 win each, Uruguay and France with 2 wins each, Argentina with 3 wins, Italy and Germany with 4 wins each, and Brazil with 5 wins. Guinea, Papua New Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, and Guinea-Bissau are all countries, but guinea pigs cannot be found in any of these places. In fact, guinea pigs actually originate from the Andes Mountains in South America. Speaking of Papua New Guinea, it has the highest number of languages in the world at around 850. France is the most visited country in the world, receiving roughly 90 million tourists every single year, which is actually higher than its entire population. Tuvalu, a small island nation in Oceania, is the least visited country in the world, receiving just 3,600 tourists in 2019. About 35% of countries drive on the left side of the road, primarily due to them being a part of or closely associated with the British Empire. However, Japan, a country that was never a part of or related to the British Empire in any way, also drives on the left side of the road. A leading explanation for this is that British engineers helped design some of Japan's first railways during the late 1800s, which would operate on the left side just as they did in the British Empire. So when cars began to gain popularity in Japan, they too would operate on the left side of the road. There are an estimated 3 trillion trees worldwide, meaning that there are about 375 trees for every single person. Click here to enjoy another 8 minutes of geographical facts, and please subscribe because this video took forever to make.
Il était une fois, dans l'histoire du royaume du Mogo, un roi tout-puissant appelé le roi Soleil, qui avait conquis et soumis toutes les tribus de la région, sauf la tribu des Nyonyonsé, qu'on avait surnommé les enfants des tempêtes. Cette insoumission blessait beaucoup le roi Soleil dans son ambition de grand roi. Aussi convoqua-t-il un jour le Widinaba, le chef de sa cavalerie. Le Widinaba vint sans se faire prier et sans se faire attendre, salua les 3 soleils du royaume. Et le tout-puissant roi lui ordonna alors: « Va conquérir et soumettre la tribu des Nyonyonsé. » Le Widinaba partit sur le champ, alla batailler et guerroyer pendant 12 fois 30 jours et revint vaincu et dépouillé. Le roi Soleil s'est senti très humilié. Aussi convoqua-t-il encore le Tamsobanaba, le chef de son infanterie. Celui-ci vint avec pompe et salua avec modestie. Et le tout-puissant roi lui ordonna: « Va conquérir et soumettre la tribu des Nyonyonsé. » Tamsobanaba alla batailler et guerroyer pendant 12 fois 30 jours et revint vaincu et dépouillé. Le roi Soleil souffrit beaucoup de cette double défaite qui consacrait l'insoumission intolérable des Nyonyonsé, ces enfants des tempêtes. Or, le tout-puissant roi avait une fille toute belle du nom de Nyenenga. Elle vint trouver son père et lui ouvrit son cœur. « Ô mon père bien-aimé, ô mon roi vénéré, je voudrais un cheval mâle pour aller conquérir et soumettre la tribu des Nyonyonsé. » Mais son père et roi lui répondit: « Un peu plus en père et un peu moins en roi. Une fille est seulement faite pour être bien faite et faire des enfants et faire la cuisine. Une fille n'est pas faite pour être mal faite et faire du cheval et faire des conquêtes. » Nyenenga alla trouver sa mère. « Oh ma mère bien-aimée, Ô ma reine vénérée, je voudrais un cheval mâle pour aller conquérir et soumettre la tribu des Nyonyonsé. Mais sa mère et reine lui répondit un peu plus amère et un peu moins sans reine. Une fille est seulement faite pour être bien faite et faire des enfants. Devant le double refus de ses parents, Nyenenga prit son parti d'aller trouver le palefrenier de la cour royale et lui dit « Je voudrais un cheval mâle pour aller conquérir et soumettre la tribu des Nyonyonsé. » Le palefrenier lui présenta un cheval mâle, beau comme un soleil de midi. Vêtu du cheval fleur d'hivernage. Non, répondit Nyenenga, je ne veux pas du cheval fleur d'hivernage. Le palefrenier lui présenta alors un cheval mâle grand comme un éléphant. Vêtu du cheval géant d'hivernage. Non. Le palefrenier lui présenta alors un cheval mâle qui avait de l'allure et qui avait de la stature. Vêtu du cheval énigme d'hivernage. Oui, dit Nyenenga, je veux du cheval énigme d'hivernage. Il s'agit, dit le palefrenier, d'un cheval qui possède une clé pour ouvrir sa marche, une clé pour fermer sa marche, une clé pour guérir ou infliger un mal. Il s'agit, dit encore le palefrenier, de 3 clés qui ne sont pas des clés en or, mais qui sont des mots de langage, vêtus du cheval énigme d'hivernage. Oui, dit Nyenenga, je veux du cheval énigme d'hivernage. Eh bien, conclut le palefrenier, je te fais don du cheval énigme d'hivernage. Il sait guérir les malades et soulager les infirmes. Il sait punir les méchants et frapper les maudits. Nyenenga enfourcha énigme d'hivernage et tenta de le faire partir. Mais il ne bougea pas d'un pouce et ne broncha pas d'un poil. Le palefrenier s'avança alors et cria « Va, pur sang de race pure de cheval, va, fils de termite et fils de termitière, va, cœur d'ouragan et cœur d'orage, va, va et va. » Ils trottèrent pendant une journée entière, sans ralentir l'allure, et Nyenenga commença à sentir la fatigue et la faim. Elle voulut s'arrêter à l'approche d'un village. Mais énigme d'hivernage trottait, sans diminuer sa vitesse. Elle se rappela qu'il fallait débiter les mots magiques. Et elle s'écria « Stop, pur sang de race pure de cheval. Stop, fils de termite et fils de termitière. Stop, cœur d'ouragan et cœur d'orage. Stop, stop et stop. » À ces mots, énigme d'hivernage s'arrêta net. 6 jeunes gens vinrent à sa rencontre de par sa gauche et de par sa droite. Ils déclarèrent en chœur « Salut à toi, ô princesse Nyenenga !» Nyenenga fut surprise d'avoir été reconnue et demanda « Qui êtes-vous, ô braves jeunes gens ? Nous sommes tous dans ce village des rescapés de l'armée du Widi Naba et du Tamsoba Naba. » Nyenenga leur dit alors « Ô braves combattants, conduisez-moi au marché du village. » Les jeunes gens la conduisirent au marché du village et un spectacle désolant s'offrit à ses yeux. Tout le monde dans ce marché était infirme, à la suite de la guerre contre les Nyonyonsé. Elle se retourna vers son cheval. Guéri, pur sang de race pure de cheval. Guéri, fils de termite et fils de termitière. Guéri, cœur d'ouragan et cœur d'orage. Guéri, guéri et guéri. À ces mots, énigme d'hivernage trotta autour du marché. Et au 3e tour, tous les gens furent guéris. En signe de gratitude, tout le village décida de suivre la princesse Nyenenga vers le royaume redoutable des intrépides Nyonyonsé. Ils arrivèrent après une lune de marche et la tribu de Nyonyonse envoya à leur rencontre une armée de 10 fois 10 000 guerriers et une armée de 100 fois 100 000 fantassins. Un carnage sauvage se préparait à l'horizon. Mais Nyenenga fit arrêter sa troupe et cria « Frappe, pur sang de race pure de cheval! Frappe, fils de termite et fils de termitière! Frappe, cœur d'ouragan et cœur d'orage! Frappe, frappe et frappe! » À ces mots, énigme d'hivernage se mit à faire le tour de l'armée ennemie. Et au bout du troisième tour, l'armée redoutable de Nyonyonse n'était plus qu'un débris épars, des soldats sans bras et de guerriers sans jambes. Le chef de Nyonyonse s'avança vers Nyenenga et déclara « Ô brave Amazone, je t'offre la soumission des Nyonyonse, mais je te demande de faire que mes gens recouvrent toutes leurs facultés. » Devant un tel chef, Nyenenga fit preuve de grandeur. Elle s'écria « Miséricorde, pur sang de race pure de cheval! Miséricorde, fils de termite et fils de termitière! Miséricorde, cœur d'ouragan et cœur d'orage! Miséricorde, miséricorde et miséricorde! » À ces mots, énigme d'hivernage se mit à faire le tour de l'armée des Nyonyonse. Et au troisième tour, tous les combattants furent guéris de leurs infirmités. Et depuis ce temps, les Nyonyonse et les habitants du royaume du Mogo, les Mosi, vécurent dans la paix. La princesse Nyenenga s'en retourna avec sa cavalerie et son infanterie. Elle remit les éléments de soumission des Nyonyonse à son père et au roi. Et depuis lors, la reine-mère comprit qu'une fille n'est pas seulement faite pour être bien faite, mais qu'une fille peut aussi faire des affaires et faire des conquêtes. Et depuis lors, le roi Soleil comprit qu'une fille n'est pas seulement faite pour être bien faite et faire des enfants et faire la cuisine, mais qu'une fille peut aussi être bien faite et faire du cheval et faire de la guerre.
What is going on? Darwin!
Ah, dude, we're late for school.
How late?
About 7 years.
5 more minutes then.
From era to era to era, the fun goes on. Shakey's 50 years.
Slap my hand. Slap it now. Trust me, this is not a trick.
If you accept the definition that a word is some letters surrounded by a gap, then knop it.
Wow, online school? What a relevant and timely topic in 2025. But it's not my fault I wasn't a YouTuber in 2020. And that might have been for the best. Anyway, today I want to take a trip down memory lane and share my kinda dumb online school experiences. Starting off with health class, which was physically painful. Because every single lesson, my teacher leaned in so close to the webcam that his face covered up my entire screen. I had to physically push my laptop further away just so I maintained some personal space. But that wasn't the worst part. He was also super close to the microphone, so I could hear every breath and mouth noise clear as day. It was like listening to ASMR, but instead of calming whispering and ocean sounds, it was a stern voice telling me to use protection. And it got especially fun when he sometimes made us do meditation or breathing exercises. So I had to listen to every single breath. Like one of those 8D audios, but worse. Yeah, I muted it straight away. But I guess in the end, I did learn about my personal boundaries. Mainly because so many of them were violated. And speaking of being trapped in uncomfortable situations, let's switch over to math class. The structure of every math lesson was exactly the same. Attendance, explanation of the topic, and then independent exercises for the rest of class. But the problem was that we weren't allowed to leave the Google Meet during the independent work because the teacher would randomly take attendance, and if you didn't say here, you would be marked absent even if you had been there since the beginning. And this would have been fine, right? Except the teacher left her microphone on for the entirety of the independent work. So while you were trying to concentrate on solving math problems, you would suddenly hear yeah, we're out of toilet paper. Could you get some? And you couldn't even mute her, because then you'd risk missing her random attendance check. But looking back, I learned a lot that year. Not math, but how to tune out distracting background noise. And about my teacher's errands. But I can't make too much fun of the teachers, because I understand switching to online school was difficult for everyone, and I do respect them for their creativity and patience during all of that. So let's give them a break and complain about my classmates instead. Some of my classmates thought that they were comedic geniuses when they joined the Google Meet using those fake names that sound like real words. You know what I'm talking about, like bend over? But theirs were much worse. And my poor sweet teacher, who I really liked by the way, did not realize that these names sounded like real words, and she would obliviously say them over and over again. She thought that they were actual people who had joined the meets, and so she would say things like, "Who is bend over? Bend over, leave the meet immediately. Bend over, this is not meant for you." And I guess it was funny by like middle school standards, but I also felt bad for her the entire time. Okay, let's make fun of me for a second to even things out. I was a pretty good student, I didn't cheat on tests, I was always on time, and I never used the excuse, "Sorry, my internet was down." Except in one class, French. I am terrible at French, especially pronunciation. And as an insecure middle schooler, my worst nightmare was having to speak French in front of other people. So whenever there was a speaking exercise and I was called on, oh, oops, my computer suddenly started updating. How odd that it only ever happened when I was called on. The teacher must have picked up on it at some point, but she never said anything, so case closed, I guess. Wish I could do that in real life, though. Someone asks me a question that I don't know the answer to. Click. I'm gone. Okay, back to teachers. Once we had a vocab quiz, and the teacher's rules were that you had to stay on the meet with your camera on, and then do the quiz at the same time. And this quiz was on locked Google Forms. And in case you didn't know, locked Google Forms means that you can't open anything else while you're filling it out. So can you guess what happened when we opened the locked forms? It kicked everyone out of the call. Luckily, I was using my personal laptop for the Meet and my school Chromebook for the Google form, so I didn't get kicked out, but everyone else started disappearing like, I don't know, the Thanos snap? That was an outdated reference. But I'm trying to make an authentic period piece. Anyway, the teacher started immediately panicking, shouting to not leave the Meet, and that if you did, you would automatically fail. So I watched people rejoin the Meet, only to get kicked out again, while others rejoined with their phones, which made it look like we were all on FaceTime. Meanwhile, the teacher was shouting about making a list of everyone who left, and how they would all fail. People did end up emailing her afterwards about what happened, and then they got fair grades, so it was all okay in the end. But honestly, I think these incidents contributed to online school's charm. Online school wouldn't have been the same without pretending that your internet was down, or classmates' family members in the background, or waking up 2 minutes before the call, and without all these technical difficulties. And I do want to once again mention the respect I have for my teachers and teachers in general. While this video was making a bit of fun, these were mostly just one-off incidents, and overall my teachers handled online school pretty well. And I admire the creativity and commitment that they had when transitioning to online teaching during such difficult times. So, although online school was a bit messy, these incidents made a difficult year a bit more bearable. And you know what would make your life more bearable? If you subscribed! And if you want, share some fun stories from your online school experience. 5 years too late, so most of them have probably been forgotten. Also, I'm close to hitting 10,000 subscribers, which is kind of insane, so thank you for that. And I thought of doing a Q&A to celebrate, so leave questions in the comments below. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye!
It will happen. Mapapasubong tiyan mo sa handaan. May Ursiflora Gut Restore, made with intellispores that helps improve digestion. Ursiflora Probiotics, because life, oops, happens. Mahalagang paalala, ang Ursiflora Gut Restore ay hindi gamot at hindi dapat gamitin panggamot sa anumang uri ng sakit.
Chupa Chups, forever fun.
I go to a lot of places alone. Not because I'm cool and mysterious, but because I'm kind of a loser with no friends. That's a lie, I have friends. But I do spend a lot of my time alone. And I don't mind it. I like being able to walk through museums at my own pace, listening to my own music. And at a picnic, I enjoy sitting by myself and maybe drawing or something. But just because I like being alone doesn't mean I never feel lonely. Loneliness is not something I notice every day, but there are certain moments, especially holidays, when it hits. Days like New Year's, Midsummer, or my birthday. I spent my 20th birthday alone, and honestly, it wasn't that bad. I went to my favorite restaurant, brought myself some new clothes, and I got myself a cake. I had fun, genuinely, and I went to bed happy that night. But a couple days later, one of my friends, who has a birthday close to mine, posted on her Instagram about how her friends had thrown her a surprise party, and her smile was so bright in all the pictures. I went to bed a little less happy that night. Obviously, I wasn't mad at her for posting about her birthday. That would be ridiculous. I was happy for her. But, I don't know. Knowing that I didn't smile as brightly as she did on my birthday made me feel like I was missing out. And that's the kind of weird contradicting feelings I have. I had fun on my birthday. Really. But when I compared it to the celebration of someone else, I didn't feel as happy anymore. I guess it made me fully aware that I had spent a milestone usually celebrated with friends and family completely alone. Weird how comparisons make things feel less fulfilling. Now, whenever someone asks me what I did for my birthday, I lie because I don't want to seem sad. I tell them that I went to dinner with friends. Friends who, you don't know them. They go to a different school in Canada. But sometimes it's not the actual loneliness that hurts, but rather how other people react to it. Like one time, my friend and I were at the movies, and some girl was sitting next to us completely alone. And when we were walking out of the theater, my friend said to me, "Aw, poor her, she came here all by herself." And I couldn't help but think that the girl my friend was pitying would usually be me. And not once had I thought, "Aw, poor me, I'm here by myself." But whatever, me and my friend just have different standards, I guess, and that's fine. But hearing someone else point it out like that kind of hurt. But whatever. That's not the first time I've realized other people's pity towards me, whether directly or indirectly. I have plenty of other experiences. For example, parties. They aren't really my cup of tea. I know, who could have guessed? A YouTuber is an introvert. But my reason for not liking parties is that they're loud and there's too many people. And when I do end up going, I come up with some clever excuse to leave early. But that's not the point. It's that not going to parties makes me think about how other people view me. Like back in high school, my mom would sit me down every once in a while and ask me why I didn't go out. And when I said I didn't want to and I didn't like the loudness or how there were so many people, she wouldn't believe me. She kept asking over and over and over and over again, as if I had some other deeper reason to not go. And I'm sure my mom meant well, but after these conversations I felt a little embarrassed about not going out so much, even though I knew that if I did go, I'd probably hate it. These types of reminders make me feel a little lonely, because being alone itself doesn't bother me. It's more the way other people see it. When people confront me about it or express their pity for someone in a similar situation, I feel a bit ashamed of the fact that I do so many things by myself. But even so, I do sometimes get jealous. Not in a bitter way, more like in a longing way. I feel longing towards those tight-knit friend groups of around 5 people or so, with their active group chats and weekend plans. I wonder what it's like to always have people to go to events with, or to get multiple opinions on something that happened in your life. But what I envy the most is having a best friend. Someone who gets you, who confides in you, who goes everywhere with you, and who also considers you their best friend. But I also know the reason I don't have a best friend like that is my own self-sabotage. Sometimes going to places alone, especially social events, is scary, and staying home is fun, so I just don't end up going. But how can I broaden or deepen my friendships if I stay at home all day? I know I've missed a lot of experiences because I've been too scared to go alone. But even more importantly, and I know this is common, I'm scared of rejection. Avoiding rejection is like a reflex at this point. I leave the classroom the second a lecture is over. I say I prefer working alone even if I don't. I reject people before they can even reject me. It's a defense mechanism, but it also kind of sucks. So, turns out the problem might have actually been me. Who could have guessed? But weirdly, feeling a bit sad sometimes motivates me to be more productive. It kind of feels this need to prove something to myself. Like one time I went through a couple days of just staying inside not really doing much, and I decided that I had had enough and planned out an entire week of sightseeing in my own city. I went to see landmarks, a couple museums, and I saw a few plays. And though I did this all alone, I was happy. I went to bed genuinely excited for my plans for the next day. A similar thing happened to me last midsummer, which I spent alone for the first time. I baked a white chocolate s'mores cake, put on a summer dress, sat on my balcony with a drink and listened to summer music. And I enjoyed my day. But later that night, I couldn't help but feel a little weird. Not sad, exactly, but like with my birthday, aware of the fact that I had spent a day meant to be celebrated with family and friends completely alone. But like before, that moment did motivate me to be more productive. I created a list of things I wanted to achieve and experience, one of which was growing this YouTube channel. So, hope you're proud past me. So if you're like me and spend a lot of time by yourself, that's okay. I may not be the best person to give advice on this topic, but what has worked for me is to make the most of it. There's plenty of things that you can do alone, and it just depends on your interests, whether it's hiking or museums. And I like planning ahead, because even if it's small, like trying a new recipe or going for a walk, it gives me something to look forward to. And most importantly, and I'm sure you've heard this before, but comparison is the thief of joy. I know not comparing yourself to others is easier said than done, but remember, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. And you know what else matters? Subscribing to this channel. I'm just kidding. But seriously, I hope this video came across more as relatable than tragic, because I am doing okay. I may not have a main friend group, but I do have friends who I care about and who care about me. And I am learning to show up to places. So just know that loneliness is only a part of my life. It isn't my whole life. And neither is it yours. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye! Guys? What's this? Why? That's my question for you. Now questions from you to me. Favorite blank questions. Congrats. Thank you. I've always wondered, what is your favorite type of cake? My favorite type of cake is American cheesecake, but honorable mentions to mud cake and this cake called Princess Racco. Congrats, dude. Thank you. Who's your favorite literature club member or favorite doki if you're feeling frosty? I am feeling frosty. My favorite dokis are Monica and Natsuki. Since you present yourself and all other people in your videos as stick figures, I just gotta ask, who is your favorite stick figure from any form of media? My favorite stick figure is this drawing of Slender Man from Slender and the 8 Pages. I like how it camouflages into the trees and it looks like an actual tree. I don't know a lot of stickmen. Congrats. Thank you. Favorite season, please elaborate. My favorite season is winter. And before all you summer fans yell at me, summer is a very close second, but there are a few small reasons why I like winter just a tiny bit more. Number 1, no insects, no bees, no mosquitoes trying to kill me. Number 2, the most common complaint for winter is that it's cold, and the most common complaint for summer is that it's warm. But if you're cold, you can always put on more layers. But if you're warm and already wearing a t-shirt, you can't really do anything. So I'd rather be cold than warm. Number 3, I like winter sports more. I like ice skating, I like skiing, and I also like running in the cold because it's motivating, because if you stop, you get cold. So you have to continue running. Number 4, the obvious reasons, Christmas and New Year's. So that is why I think winter is just slightly better than summer. But I still like summer, and I'm excited for summer. Congratulations. Thank you. Say, do you enjoy popcorn? If so, do you prefer salty or sweet, or maybe neither? Fun fact, popcorn is actually my favorite food. If you count it as a food, I count it as a food. And I prefer salty. What are some of your favorite indie games? Also, congrats on almost 10,000 subs. Thank you. Some of my, lesser known favorites are Last Seen Online and Bad Ben. And then the more popular ones are DDLC, Choo Choo Charles, and Fears to Fathom. Who is your favorite hermit? I Live, Laugh, Love, Scar. My favorites are kind of basic. I like Grian and I like Gem. But I also Live, Laugh, Love, Scar. I see you're a fan of Dang It Grandpa. What's your favorite character and which game do you prefer? So when I first got into this game in middle school, my favorite character was Genocide Jack. and I think she will always have a special place in my heart because she was my profile picture for a lot of things. I drew her a lot, and she was the first character I ever cosplayed, and I still think she's a fun character. But I'm currently replaying THH, and I have found a new appreciation for Celeste. So I will say that my favorite characters are Genocide Jack and Celestia Ludenberg, god damn it. That's her full name, by the way. And in middle school, my favorite game was Ultra Despair Girls because of my Genocide Jack obsession. But I think now it's THH because I like its aesthetic. I just like the vibe of the game. I like the simplicity. I like the arts. I like the story. And I like most of the characters. So I just like the vibe, the aesthetic of THH. Yay, congratulations. Thank you. My question is, what is your favorite game? My favorite board game is Monopoly. And then on top of all the other video games I've already talked about, here are some more. I cannot pick one favorite. I like all of these. Favorite show? You're a really cool person, by the way. Thank you. I'm not cool in real life, so I appreciate this. I also can't pick one favorite show, so here are some ones that I like. You can pause to skim through them if you feel like it. Who are your favorite YouTubers? My number one favorite YouTuber is Drew Gooden, and here are some other ones that I like. I like Drew because, especially in his recent videos, he's very articulate and smart, but he's also funny at the same time, so they're really entertaining to watch, and I like his sense of humor. Hi, I really love your channel. Thank you. You're one of my favorite YouTubers ever, actually. Thank you. I didn't think I'd be anyone's favorite YouTuber, so I appreciate this. Here are some questions. What's your favorite animal? My favorite animal is a cat, specifically my cat, and honorable mention to birds. And what is your favorite piece of media of all time? The Moomins. I love the Moomins, as everyone should. What is your favorite dinosaur? I'm personally a big Ankylosaurus fan. I said that right. I know what those are, I just don't know how to pronounce them. And they're cool. But I like these things. General questions about me. What 16 personality type are you? So I always get a different answer whenever I take one of these quizzes. So I'm either INFJ or INFP. And I like INFJs more, so I'm picking that one. Sorry, INFPs. I'm making fun of myself. Do you have any hobbies outside of YouTube? And do you have any favorite movies that you recommend? Congrats again. Thank you. I don't watch a lot of movies, but here are some that I like. And for hobbies, I like to write, I like to draw, I like to bake. I'm not good at any of these. And I'm one of those insane people who likes to go running. And I also do theater. That's awesome. Congrats on almost hitting that milestone. Thank you. Anyway, what's your current aesthetic/style and what goals, either IRL or just YouTube, do you have? I like this aesthetic, just dial it down a bit because I'm not very fashionable. But my current goal is to be more fashionable. And I want to achieve this. And my YouTube goal was to hit 10,000 subscribers, so guess it's time to quit now. What is your ethnicity/nationality? Hello, I am from Finland. It is a country in the north of Europe. Some people don't think it exists, so guess I've been a spy this whole time. Do you like my Finnish accent? It's not very good, it's very forced. Congrats, thank you. How many languages do you speak? I speak English and Finnish fluently. This is me speaking English. Moi, tässä mä puhun suomea. Shout out suomalaiset katsojat, vaikka teitä on niinku 3. And I've also studied Italian, Swedish, and French. Out of those, I think I speak Italian the best because I lived there for a couple years. Swedish is... and French. I studied for 5 years, and I know nothing. Are you currently in uni, and if you are, what are you studying? I am in uni, and I'm studying the most important and most respected degree there is. English. Congrats. Thank you. My question for the Q&A is, why are you called SAR/sarcastic affirmations? So, my name isn't actually SAR. I'm sorry if you feel betrayed by that. But let's go on a tangent on the history of my channel. So I started YouTube by making commentary videos using Google Slides. And I still use Google Slides now, but they were like actual presentations, like bullet points and a picture. And so my channel name was Sarcastic Presentations, because I made presentations and they were sarcastic. But no one watched those videos, so I shifted over to gaming content. but my channel couldn't be called Sarcastic Presentations if I played video games. So I changed it to Sarcastic Affirmations. I was trying to replace the word presentations, so I googled words that end in shin, and I picked affirmations for some reason. Even though it sounds like one of those like pre-made, auto-generated Reddit usernames, but whatever. But then some of the games I played required you to write a name, and Sarcastic Affirmations was too long, so I just wrote Sar. And now I'm stuck with that. Congratulations, Sar, thank you. Fairly simple question, what's your favorite color? Purple. Do you have any pets? If so, what species? I have a cat. She's adorable. Questions about YouTube. I'm gonna mush all these questions into one, basically just why'd you start YouTube? I've wanted to be a YouTuber since I first started watching YouTube as a kid, and then in middle school it was my dream job for some reason. It's not my dream job anymore, but it's definitely a fun hobby, and it's just been something that I've always wanted to do, and it's like a fun creative outlet. So I decided to make my middle school self proud and made a channel. So I don't really have any deep, meaningful reason. I just thought it'd be fun. I've wanted to start a channel for a while now, but I'm scared how people who know me in real life will react. Has someone who knows you in person found your channel? What would you say to someone who is scared to upload that first vid? Congratulations for 10,000 subs. I love watching your videos. Thank you. So far, no one in my real life has found my channel, and I hope it stays that way. But of course, maybe there's someone watching it in secret. If you know me in real life and you watch my channel, please tell me. And for someone who is scared to upload their first video, this might be a bit demotivational, but it's the truth. Unless your video is super amazing and or you get really lucky, almost no one will see your first video. I remember my first video got 7 views and it stayed that way for months, and half of those views were me. So it may seem a little daunting to post your first video, but in reality the stakes are the lowest at that point in your entire YouTube career because there's no one to criticize it. And then if you hate it, you can delete it without anyone knowing. Obviously, make it good and be happy with what you post, but don't be too stressed out about posting the first video because chances are that very little people will see it. Also, if you use Reddit, I suggest you join subreddits like r/YouTubers or a small YouTube channel. Not necessarily for the advice, though it can be useful, but at least for me, it was motivating to see other people in the same boat as me. And it was interesting to see the struggles before I even posted my first video. How do you make the images of the videos? How long it takes you to edit a video? So I make these using Google Slides, and the presentation itself takes about 8 to 12 hours, which sounds like a lot, especially considering the output, but most of that is just me staring at my computer trying to figure out what visuals to put with what line. And then the audio editing takes around an hour, depending on how long the video is. Are you going to keep using Google Slides? Yes. Why do you use a stick person to represent yourself in videos? Because I don't know how to draw well. And even if I was happy enough with my art to use it as like a genuine attempt to represent myself, I feel like I would overwork myself really easily and start hating drawing, especially because it's a lot easier to change facial expressions or like hand movements on a stick figure than redrawing something a bunch of times. Music questions. Who are your favorite Vocaloids and what is your favorite Vocaloid song? Also, congrats on the milestone. I love your content. Thank you so much. My favorite Vocaloid is V-Flower, but I usually listen to songs with Miku or Rin and Len because everyone uses them. And here are some songs I like. But if I had to pick one song that I had to listen to the rest of my life, it would be Froki, I don't know how to say it. And then I'm gonna mush all these questions together. Basically, like, what music do you listen to, favorite artists, stuff like that. So, prepare for another tangent. I have a really stupid relationship with music. I'm one of those annoying people who says that they listen to everything. But basically, I have one big Spotify playlist that I've used for over 4 years now, and it has about 350 songs. And I don't really pay attention to who writes the music that I listen to. I only care if the song is good, unless I previously know that the artist is like controversial or something. But because of that, I don't really have a favorite artist or band. I just have songs that I like, and here are some of them. Basically, if I hear a song and I like it, I add it to my playlist without really caring who made it. Questions that didn't fit into the other categories. When did you start playing Fortnite? I started in Chapter 1, Season 4, so I've been playing for, 6 years now? My skills don't reflect that at all. If you had the chance to get your own Fortnite collab, what would it look like? I was bored, so I actually drew this out. You are not allowed to make fun of my art. It's a sketch. This would be my skin. It's kind of boring, but that also means that it'll be cheap and I can afford it. My pickaxe would be my stick figure on a stick. Get it? So funny. And then my back bling would be like the Meanwhile back bling, but with like the stick figure face. And I want it to be reactive, so it like looks around at times. I think that would be fun. And I couldn't come up with an emote, or a trail, or a loading screen, because I'm not creative. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized elephants or 1 elephant-sized duck? 1 elephant-sized duck. How to hibernate under a crab lamp powered by 2,763 crabs? That is a great question. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 7 being the highest, who is your favorite color of the alphabet? I'd say a purple, which I rate 5 Santas out of 3. What's something obscure or underrated that more people should get into? If you're Finnish and you like Finnish covers of like anime or Vocaloid songs, listen to Nokkosnukka. I've been a fan for 4 years, almost 5 I think, and their covers are really good and they deserve more than 3,000 subscribers. And if you want to go listen, start with the Your Line April cover. What is the point of it all? Is life meaningless? Who are we as a species? Is consciousness just a discontinuity of nothingness? What's your favorite Minecraft block? The point of life is to be happy. Life is meaningless, but we can create meaning for it. We're Homo sapiens. Thinking about consciousness is too deep for me. And what's your favorite Minecraft block? That's a difficult question, I think, with a lot of nuance. And the answer really depends on the individual. I think your values, your culture, how you were raised, all these things shape how you view and give meaning to Minecraft. And so everyone's answer to this question is different. And I don't think there should be one definite answer because it is impossible for everyone to relate to that one answer. What you consider a good, perfect Minecraft block, someone else does not. And if everyone were forced to have the same favorite Minecraft block, they would not be able to play the game in a way that they personally consider to be the most fulfilling. So I don't think there is just one answer to this question. There are many, and that's how it should be. That said, bookshelves. Thanks for watching. Also, thank you for the questions, and I'm sorry if I didn't include your question. As you can tell by the length of this video, I tried to include as many as possible, but there were so plenty that I couldn't include because of time. But even more than that, thank you for 10,000 subscribers. I don't want to sound too sappy or make some deep, meaningful speech, but I'm very grateful for the time you waste listening to me talking about whatever I want. I will forever be in your debt. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Что-то здесь не то. Блять.
Lucky may kasalo pa!
Mas malaki, mas sustansya, mas masarap, mas pack sa sulit.
Oh, 2B.
One enemy.
I got one aim.
Here we go.
Bro.
I'm a seal. That's 3.
Astra is B main here.
Take it out. One enemy remaining.
Let's go.
Chicken drop.
Can I get a Hoya?
Young Stout Corned Beef. Siksik sa sarap. Siksik sa laman.
Subukan ng mapatunayan.
Then check this out.
Victoria, Victoria, queremos cantar, com ardor e glória, iremos lutar. Cada brasileiro será fuzil para defender o nosso Brasil. Na triste desdita que o gênio perverso da trinca maldita lançou o universo.
This video was brought to you by my Patreon supporters. If you head over to my Patreon right now, you can participate in the next Patreon sponsored video.
Thanks for the money, dummy.
En las notas de esta canción vibran acentos en el corazón. Gloria a mi patria, gloria a mi mayo, canto a los héroes del Paraguay.
Maybe you should try getting a job.
Nusulit metlaing tisapol mo. Agfresh ka tunakan.
Coming up, as the competitors reach further into the competition, tension between the teams start to rise.
You want to see my meme?
Fuck off! Hey gang, congrats on making it to the final 14! You come such a long way. I'm so proud. Today's awesome and exciting challenge is a game of dodgeball. You know the rules. Get hit by a ball, you're out. You catch it, thrower's out. Go out of bounds, dunzo. The team with no players left standing loses, and will have to vote one of their members out of the game. Now go!
Group attack! It's time to attack!
Okay. I don't think that's what he meant.
Alright team, we have the numbers advantage, so let's crush them!
I'm tired.
I'm pissing my pants!
Can someone tell me what we're doing? I fucking hate every single one of you.
We got one.
Well, at last you two powder puffs did something right!
Do you think it's better if you help us out?
Watch it, soldier! When I want my feet licked, I'll ask for it! I want my feet licked!
Well, would you looky here? What do you want, French fry?
I heard that guy over there boiled dogs alive.
What? Oh, is that so, huh? Hey, you! Huh? You like boiling dogs, huh? You wanna boil my dog? You wanna boil my baby?
No.
Come here! Pound him!
This will be the last time those pinhead slummers throw a monkey wrench into mud!
Damn it! We're losing people fast! It's just you and me, Swirly Turd. As long as we both try to break this up.
Fuck this.
Okay, he has his guard down. Come on, Pop. You gotta win this! You gotta do it! For your folks back home. 4. Eat shit! The loser is the pink team. What? He got out, not me.
Not if my secret conjoined twin has anything to say about it.
Yay, let's fucking go. MVP, MVP. No! That's enough out of you. Anyways, it's time for you guys to choose which person in your team goes home.
We're picking her.
Bitch, why? We don't like your attitude. Yeah, and why do you always wear these stupid glasses? Ah! That was my skin, you fuck! Hello, losers. It's time to see who will be sent packing this episode. Write the person you want out of your team on a paper slip inside the voting booth. Due to low budget, we kinda had to give some stuff away, so this porta potty will now be your new voting booth. Now it's your new voting booth. May God bless your journey. I know my team won't have the balls to vote me out. With 2,564 Skin of a Grape is out.
What?
Yes! Yeah, you're out.
No! This is totally rigged!
But get the hell out of here! Take him away!
Oh no!
Thank you guys for another beautiful episode of Showvember. Stay tuned for the next one that should be coming out soon on Sam's channel. I'm sure he's working really hard on it.
I could go off the deep end. I could kill all my best friends. I could follow those stylish trends. God knows I can make amends. But I've got an angry heart filled with cancers and poppy tarts. This is how you folks make art. It's fucking depressing.
Bear Brand lang ang may 100% vitamin D. May tibay nutrients pa. Tulong sa sagad na tibay.
Is it possible that iron ore melts? Yeah, I can't mistake that smell for anything. Hot, heavy, deep, like the song of four breaking free from stone shackles. I'd like to eat all the ingots right now, but the master does not order, and Mr. Steve is a great man. But he loves me anyway, and Bobby, and probably even Piggy.
Damn, nearly broke my elytra. What's up, idiots? Did you miss me?
Yeah!
What is this pork doing here? I have no time to spend here with you. I'll be on the farm. Hi, Golem.
Mr. Steve,
What?
can I have some iron?
Do you think I have here a storage of iron, not a house? And do you think I'll throw it all around lightly? You're barely damaged. You still can fight. Well, good then. Bye.
It's a robbery!
Shut up! We'll take revenge on that bastard Steve!
No way! Not for Rani Ingot! He is my favorite master!
It is a terrifying, cruel creature that destroys everything to fill its inventory. Do you know about his iron farm?
You are a terrible, violent, cruel creature! And he's a beautiful, kind, fair creature!
That's for you!
Then give it to Steve. He will praise you.
A few more levels to pass, and I'll enchant the whole set. What the?
You bastard! You have been drinking our souls for a long time. It's time to give it back!
How did you get out?
Are you scared? Don't be afraid. I'm a friend. Have you filled your chest?
No, just not them.
You're so brave when we're walking defenselessly through the woods or trapped in a box. Where has your audacity gone now? How many hundreds of days have I been roaming under fire and dying ingloriously with my brother? And so, I put an end to your empire of experience.
Let's make a deal. You can go. I won't hurt you.
But I will touch you, buddy!
Master, Bobby got your dish.
Shut up, Golem. I'm moving to a new place. A zombie apocalypse is about to start here. Bloody creeper! Who does he think he is? That's it. I'm out of this cursed place. We'll start all over again.
Mang Tomasiga with pritong manok. Ito ang kilabot ng mga chicks.
Archimedes! Take that, you quack! You! Step up and get flipped! Nah. Yeah! Getting hurt! Schnell!
Thanks, Doc.
Wunderbar! Ooh! Not medicine! I'm a bloody cap! Oh! Incoming! This point is mine. Oh. Hello again. Damn it! Scout! Help me cap this point!
The control point is being captured.
I'm 2 days into Belgium, building my defensive line. There's this guy, let's call him Britain, says to move back past the Rhine. But it doesn't really sit with me quite right, cause I just can't match his naval might. And I just keep thoughtlessly throwing soldiers at the French lines in the middle of the night. I wake up under fire, and I wake up really cold. And I wake up in the mire, see my food's all turned to mold. See, I don't like fighting France, but must obey as I've been told. So I just shoot around and keep my head down and hope our lines will hold. And Austria keeps telling me that I'm doing so well. I try to trust him honestly, I find it hard to tell. If I need guns or I need bombs, I try my best to remain calm. I tell myself, I say out loud, it's fine, I'll figure it all out. I tend to forget my empire is quite young. In a way, this war of mine has only just begun. I've got time. I've got time. I'm 2 days into Belgium and I know I crossed a line, cause that guy that we called Britain's now an enemy of mine. My allies say I'm crazy, said I took it way too far, cause France was secret friends with Russia, now I'm in a 2-front war. I'm only 2 days into Belgium and my front lines are a mess. There's just so much that I wanna rule that I have not ruled yet. There's just so much land I wanna take and there's been so much death. Paris is so far away, it's easy to forget that all my useless allies think that I'm doing so well. I try to see it honestly, this war's a living hell. If I've done wrong or I've done right, I need to rest after each fight. They said retreat, I said alright, I think I won't, I maybe might. I probably should just take it slow, but battles rage and I must go. The one thing that's important above everything else is to learn not to trust Italy when the war drums start to swell. I try believing when I say, if it's meant to happen, it'll happen anyway. I'll be fine. I've got time. I've got time. That's where I'm at, to be honest. Just 2 days, 2 days into Belgium.
I am the spy. Is this
looks excellent.
What was noise?
Howdy, partner.
Okay. Sandwich make me strong!
I'm afraid not.
What? Yeah!
Engineer game day.
Hey, overall. Go! Need a dispenser here.
Yeah! Yes! Bacon.
Put this... Engineer! Put dispenser here! Now!
Well... Yeah! Heck yeah! Dispenser going up.
What is that crap? What are you doing?
Well... I guess that'll do.
What? Are you freaking kidding me? Look at this. The freaking heavy's dead.
Well, don't that beat all?
Oh, screw that. I am gonna go play Roadblocks.
Okay.
What the fuck? Beautiful. Beautiful, my friends. Yeah!
What a bloody hell! I'll get 'em next time. What? It is the me bottle of scrumpy. Ah, that's the stuff. Not one of you's gonna survive this! Who's laughing now?
You saved me. Why?
Monkey.
What? Demo, man! Hey! Look out for the train! What?
Sandwich! Ah! Fuck! Yes! Put... It's good!
my crab. Oh, yeah. Go, soup can.
Yeah. Sentry going up.
What?
Is a touching story. In one day, Hoovy is singing his Pootis song and gives sandwiches to every team member.
Sandwich for you.
Danka!
But suddenly, in the chat, he sees a guy joined the server in kill feed. He is dominating all the red team. He's scared and runs, but he turns back and sees the guy. The tryhard. He runs fast, but tryhard catched him. He died. And see the engineers on his team. They are lazy. He think it's good and rest like an engineer. And be lazy like other engineers.
Good work.
The end.
Hey! Soup scrape. Now that's quality. Get going! I didn't. That was a joke.
Thanks for the aid. You deserve a medal.
I'm bored. I want to summon another jumping Marvin. Get in here! Yeah? Sing with me. Okay. Oh, little Marvin, jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor and the doctor said, no more Marvin jumping on the bed. Very good, very good. Very good job. Thank you, Luna. Alright. Goodbye.
Oh, Brad.
I have a Patreon now. Gain access to exclusive sneak peeks and shoutouts and videos. Cost is free for all members willing to sign up. Join today. With 2024 officially behind us, I think it's fair to look back and say that it was not the greatest year for animated films. With 3 exceptions, the lineup from major studios was really nothing special. This was easily one of the most boring years for American feature animation, with a considerable amount of forgettable kiddie slop. But I'm not some loser who only watches The Loud House and Ryan's World. Unfortunately, I can say that when factoring in the stuff overseas studios put out this year, mixed in with the leftovers from 2023, the lineup is a lot stronger. Maybe not quite as outstanding as the previous year, which gave us Blue Giant, Boy and the Heron, and Suzume, but there was still a lot to enjoy. I mean, compare movies like Flow, Memoir of a Snail, and Look Back to Moana 2 and Despicable Me 4. And thankfully, since my video on the subject, I've seen more people realize that and start giving at least a couple of these movies the credit and attention they deserve. But there are still those that unfortunately fly under the radar for most, and one of those fascinates and enamors me more than any other in quite some time. That movie being a little film called The Glassworker. For those unaware, The Glassworker is a monumental movie, being Pakistan's first ever traditionally animated film, and as far as I can tell, one of the only Pakistani animated films in general. Wonder what else they've made. Oh. The remainder of Asia unfortunately doesn't quite have the same great legacy as Japan when it comes to top-tier feature animation, with exceptions of course. But it's always neat to see movies from countries that aren't represented much in mainstream media. And being the first of its kind, The Glassworker was obviously a pretty big deal. I remember seeing the trailer for this on Twitter and having people go gaga for it. A South Asian hand-drawn feature with clear inspiration from Studio Ghibli, and it's a romance? Holy shit. This is like the kind of movie animation Twitter says they want Disney to make, and considering recent Disney movies have been... I think this movie came along at just the right time. It was released in its native country last summer, the same weekend we Americans got Deadpool and Wolverine, so that's fun. And it seemed to get positive reviews from the people who saw it, so now I was hooked on the movie and eagerly awaited for it to be picked up by an American distributor. Then back in November, my friend Gerald informed me that there was a screening of this movie occurring in Boston, with an additional Q&A with the movie's art director. And given I'm a New Yorker, I figured I could make that trip, so I drove for a total of 3 hours just to see a movie that was half that length. I'd say that's not normal or rational, but then again I drove for 1 hour to watch 200% Wolf last summer. And Gerald just went to Bangkok so we can watch Spermageddon, so I think I'm good. But I watched the movie and attended the Q&A. Here's some footage I got at the event. As you can see, I never skip leg day. As for the movie itself, I absolutely loved it. I thought it was a wonderful movie that contained a lot of that classic Ghibli magic, yet also had a lot of its own fresh, admirable personality. The characters, the animation, the writing, they all just sucked me in a way few other animated films from that year did, even the ones I loved. I reviewed it on Letterboxd after the fact, and currently my review is on the top 20. Even the movie's director liked it, meaning this prestigious Pakistani animator has adjacently acknowledged the existence of the Emoji Movie. He seems to have liked a lot of reviews for the movie on the site, which is cool, especially since he liked this one. Anyway, I was super happy that I got to see the movie at an event like that, and I continued to think about and promote it on my socials in the following months, anticipating its official American release. Then semi-recently, among this detestable Twitter trend that I'm not going to mention the details of, this movie started getting some attention from the internet, promoting it as a movie that gives off the vibe of Studio Ghibli made by actual f***ing humans. It was super cool finally seeing this movie getting some time in the spotlight. Like, yeah, I told you it was good. You guys should always listen to me in what movies I tell you to watch. So I think now is as good a time as any to talk to you guys about this movie and why it's so good. So sit back and let me tell you about what I consider to be, and might definitively be, Pakistan's animated marvel. The Glassworker was directed by Usman Riaz, who is an animator and musician from Pakistan. And can I just say that I love his hair? Like, damn, that's a do. From what I can gather, he mainly worked on live-action short films and doing TED Talks back in his early days. When he got the idea for The Glassworker, he envisioned it as a live-action film, until looking into it more and realizing how complicated that would be. Then his wife, Miriam, who I met at the Q&A, proposed the idea of making it an animated film. Everyone say thank you, Miriam. From there, he formed Mono Animation Studios, the first hand-drawn animation studio in Pakistan, bringing bringing his aforementioned wife and cousin along with him. And keep in mind, this all happened in 2014. The Glassworker was in the works for 10 whole years before it was released in 2024. It's almost like movies take time to make, who would have guessed? In all seriousness though, it had a long and difficult production history since they had to get an entire studio up and running alongside getting funding for the movie. I'm not going to go into all the nuts and bolts of the production, but Bono has a feature-length documentary of the making of the Glassworker on their YouTube channel. Check it out, it's really fascinating stuff. You can really tell just how much passion went into the project from so many different people across several years, and it's wonderful getting to see their hard work pay off by the end when the film is released. I loved watching this, and it's part of the reason I wanted to get off my ass and give this movie its own video. But once again, you can check that documentary out at your leisure. You know, as long as you don't mind sitting through 80,000 YouTube ads. Though something I should probably mention is that this is very much Riaz's movie and his passion project. He had the original idea, he's the director, he's the co-composer, he did the entire storyboard, and the themes are deeply rooted in his past and culture. There would be no Glassworker without Osman Riaz. In the documentary and on his Twitter, he says he grew up enamored with the art of animation and was inspired by Hayao Miyazaki, Mamoru Hosoda, and Makoto Shinkai. Guys, it's like this movie was literally made for me. I got to ask Miriam which animated works inspired the Glasswork at the Q&A, and she specified Wolf Children, as well as adding in Sailor Moon, which is very funny to me. I think that's some important background to be aware of before we get into the movie, and I definitely think you'll see some of the inspiration behind it shine through as I talk about it. Anyways, enough preamble, let's get into the real meat and potatoes. Or, I guess gulab jamun would be more appropriate. The Glassworker tells the story of Vincent Oliver, who lives in the seaside town of Waterfront in South Asia. He's the son of Tomas Oliver, a master glassmaker who runs the town glass shop. I guess you can say he's some kind of glass worker. In the midst of a war between two neighboring nations, the colonel of the military moves into town with his family, including his daughter, Elisa Mano. Oh, that's cute. Elise and Vincent meet and end up becoming friends despite their parents' differing views on war. From there, the film follows their experiences over the years as they grow up and have to deal with the looming conflict. This is all shown in flashbacks, as the opening of the film presents Vincent finding and reading Elise's goodbye letter to him. I like this framing device. I think it helps tie the film together across multiple periods of time. Sure, you kinda know how everything is gonna end as you watch the story unfold, but they still manage to keep it engaging and impactful throughout. As you could probably tell from my synopsis, The Glassworker aims to be somewhat of a pseudo-Romeo and Juliet coming-of-age story combined with the anti-war themes of Miyazaki. And honestly, this feels like a match made in heaven. I think this very much feels like a story Ghibli would tell, while also having its own creative touch to feel distinct enough. Like I said earlier, the film does have that Ghibli magic, yet it doesn't feel like a direct clone of their work. Obviously, the setting and culture play a big part in that, and I really enjoy them here. It's so cool getting to see how these guys make their own fictional town surrounding the culture of Pakistan. It's not overflowing with it or anything, at least from what I can tell, but there are plenty of little details throughout that really make it feel like a passionate love letter to the country. Like the way the buildings are designed, or the clothing, or the aforementioned gulab jamun. Just little things like that really make you appreciate what the film is going for. It feels very respectful and immersive in terms of the representation of this country, and there really is no other animated film that compares, obviously. But being rooted in Pakistani culture isn't the only thing that separates this movie from Studio Ghibli, I feel. The way it's written and directed feel Miyazaki adjacent, but there's definitely something differentiating him from Riaz. And I couldn't quite put my finger on what until I gave the film a second watch. Most Miyazaki films tend to focus on the emotional struggles of a single character, to which he then builds a world and conflict surrounding them. Kiki, Chihiro, Mahito, these movies feel specifically sculpted around the main character and their journeys. There are a few exceptions to this rule, but the formula more or less remains the same. The Glassworker is also a character-driven film, but it feels like its core is less so their individual emotional struggles and more so their relationships and the ways they react to the world around them. Obviously, Miyazaki's formula works wonders, but I really admire this approach as well. And it definitely feels intentional, like this was their end goal rather than them trying to copy Miyazaki and missing the point of his writing. The way this movie writes its characters and relationships is just so fascinating to me, taking what would otherwise be cliche archetypes and making them feel natural and sincere. I mentioned this was a bit of a Romeo and Juliet story, and while the relationship between Vincent and Elise is a big part of the narrative, each character feels like they have multiple of their own themes and conflicts to work with. And it all works seamlessly and makes the narrative feel fresh despite treading a lot of familiar ground. Take Vincent, for example. Throughout the film, we get to see him grapple with a lot of different issues in his life, such as not being able to make friends with the school kids, being treated as an outsider because of his father's pacifist values, wanting to be a great artist, on top of his relationship with Elise. I wouldn't say these side conflicts are the most original or complex things in the world, but I'm glad they're here because they add a lot of depth and personality to an otherwise pretty standard character. It really goes to show how much thought was put into them by the people making this movie. Elise is the same way. It's really compelling getting to see how the town treats her being the colonel's daughter and all, on top of her desire to also be a great artist. It almost reminds me of Whisper of the Heart, with two kids trying to figure themselves out and become great artists, falling for each other in the process. That's not quite the core of the movie, and maybe I wish they did dive into it a bit bit more for Elise, but regardless, it's still really compelling stuff that adds to a classic story and makes it its own thing. And on top of that, the Romeo and Juliet story is handled very well. I enjoy both Vincent and Elise immensely as characters. Their interactions are so cute and sweet, especially when they're first getting to know each other. It's just nice getting to see them grow this friendship despite their families' differing backgrounds and views on war. I've made it clear in the past that I love slice of life films, and while this is a lot more serious than most of those, it still has that nice laid back quality to it for most of the runtime. Watching Vincent and Elise do whatever is charming as all heck, and we still have the multitude of internal conflicts for each to help reel in the audience. It really is the best of both worlds between a rich, heavy narrative and something more charming and sweet. They do a great job walking that line, and I gotta commend them because in the wrong hands I can definitely see this movie having a tonal issue, but it miraculously doesn't. Anyways, yeah, I love these two. When done well, these young love relationships are really compelling to me, and this is certainly no exception. I like how their relationship has its ups and downs even before the obvious breakup later on. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, and there's moments where you genuinely worry for the relationship given how many obstacles get in the way. These obstacles, while pretty cliche, still feel impactful when they come up. I'm jumping ahead a bit, but later on in the film, Vincent gets an invitation to Elise's violin recital, and the dad is like,
"Invitation must be presented as proof of entry. Fancy."
As soon as he says that, you know something is gonna go wrong, and he'll lose the invitation, and Elise will think he doesn't care about her, you know how it is. And all that stuff does happen, but regardless, this movie is so well written and directed that it still hits hard. I felt genuinely sad and angry when he lost the invitation and couldn't go into the recital. And when Elise ends up with the military asshole guy right afterwards, you're like, no! These plot points feel natural for a story like this, rather than being forced in because it's what's typical. The scene where they fight comes a bit out of nowhere, I will say that, but you still get their argument and where it stems from. The audience I saw this movie with was constantly oohing at this scene and what Vincent says in it, so it obviously succeeded in investing them as well as me. And plus, they don't immediately say, "It's over, f*** you," right after this scene. They still try to keep their friendship, and Elise invites him to the aforementioned recital. So when Vincent doesn't show up to the recital, you understand why that would sting to the extent it does, and why she would end up with the asshole guy who saved her father. And then he's not allowed to say goodbye to her, and it's just so hard-hitting despite how cliche it all is. I care for these characters in the relationship, even if I know it doesn't work out given the framing device. Not to mention, they tie it into the setting and war conflict very well. Like in this scene here where they're happy together before a bunch of warplanes fly over them. Elise starts waving at them while Vincent just looks in sadness. It's portrayed very well. The war stuff in this movie is handled with all the seriousness it needs, and it's not used as a vessel for melodrama like it very easily could have been. There's no scene where Elise is like, "Oh, you're a cowardly pacifist, you shrimp." I can't do these voices. They both realize that war is bad. Elise just has a more difficult time coming to terms with that fact given her family's history. You definitely believe she wouldn't be as opposed to it as Vincent is his father, and her realizing the destruction and pain it actually causes later on is really powerful. This isn't the most serious war film or anything. Like I said, it tries to balance out the seriousness with a ton of lighthearted scenes and sweet character interactions. If you're looking for Grave of the Fireflies, you aren't gonna find that here. But The Glassworker is trying to be a lot more than a film about how war is bad. It's a film about love, artistry, not letting our hatred consume us, although it doesn't handle that last one the greatest, but we'll get to that later. I will say the movie gets significantly darker in the second half, and I don't think the transition was the most natural, and it gets in the way of the main story a bit. Like there's this extended flashback scene where we get to see the actual war and the asshole guy saving Elise's dad right in the middle of the recital incident I mentioned earlier. It kind of brings the pace of the movie to a screeching halt, and while I get having a scene to show off the war itself, I think seeing how it impacts these civilians is enough to emphasize its danger and malice. But they still blend the two tones together very well, and it adds a lot of depth to a story that could have easily been shallow and generic. So these two characters in the relationship are great, but honestly, the title of my favorite character in the film would go to Vincent's dad, aka the DILF. Although this review doesn't specify which dad, so maybe it was referring to Elise's. Letterboxd user, if you are watching this, please give me answers. Anyways, he feels the most sincere out of the entire cast. His relationship with Vincent and desire to look out for him during rough times is really compelling, and you really get a feel for how great of a father he is despite how much he disagrees with his son on certain things. And these disagreements don't hinder the relationship between the two, quite the opposite in fact. Tomas is a very layered character who naturally changes over the course of the film. He doesn't approve of Elise at first, being the colonel's daughter and all, but he eventually warms up to her and treats her with kindness about halfway through. It's a neat subversion of the typical Romeo and Juliet story where both families would be completely against each other. And it really goes to show how they didn't want to write these characters as archetypes, but complex people with their own thoughts and beliefs that are able to change and grow. Also, I really like Art Malik's performance in the English version. He adds a very genuine feel to this character and also provides us with some funny meme lines.
Vincent, the train is cancelled. Her father would shut us down. That's what the military do.
Oh yeah, this film has an English dub, which is the version they screened for us at the Q&A. Or I guess it's not technically a dub, since in the documentary they said they opted to make the film in English first with British South Asian actors and then dub it in Urdu. And you can tell because everyone here fits really well for foreign animated movie dub standards. Except for young Vincent, he sounds like a girl, but everyone else is really solid. Especially Elise, who is voiced by the same actress across the entire movie's timeline, and does a great job varying her voice as the character grows. Good stuff. Anyways, back to the characters, the one that I do not care for would be the asshole guy Elise ends up with by the end, Malik Khan. He's the only character here who feels exactly like the archetype he's supposed to be, and the film doesn't do a whole lot to make you care for him or his relationship with Elise in the way I think they want you to. He really is just an asshole who exists to get in between Vincent and Elise, the two characters you actually like and care for the relationship between. So that sucks. But every other character, meant to be likable or not, is very well written. Like Postman Pat over here, the way he talks to Vincent's dad in this one scene is just so genuine, as are all the minor interactions in this film. While I wouldn't call this movie upbeat or fun, it feels very alive with how it's presented, creating something that immerses you in a way few other recent animated films do. Like I said, I love seeing the Pakistani culture this movie presents, but it also creates a really nice, lived-in town in the form of waterfront. It's a nice place to set the story in, and it gives the movie a bit of that laid-back seaside town vibe that I loved about Ghibli films like Kiki's Delivery Service and When Marnie Was There. You can tell a lot of thought was put into this setting, even just by looking at the way it's laid out. Like, look at how the glass shop is on a cliff right next to the beach and how there's a train going under it. Or how the Colonel's house is placed at the edge of town, showing his important role and how he has a higher standing than everyone else. You may not notice these details while you're watching the film for the first time, but looking a bit closer, you can really see just how much the team wanted to make this setting feel as real as possible despite being fictional. So much attention is put into every little detail, and it creates a much more immersive experience. And I guess now would be as good a time as any to talk about the animation. Obviously, being the first hand-drawn animated film to come out of a country is a tall order, and they deliver completely. In the documentary, Riaz states that he wanted to do a 2D animated film as opposed to CGI, and you can sense just how passionate he and his crew were about the art form with how they present this movie. I will say the visuals aren't quite perfect. Sometimes the character animation is a little stiff and the characters' faces are a little rigid. They do stray a bit too close to the standard Studio Ghibli style, which isn't a bad thing, it just kind of shows that this comes from a team with less experience compared to the greatest animation studio of all time. But I'm not gonna hold that against them, because for a first movie of not only a studio, but an entire country, this movie looks stunning. The character designs, the backgrounds, the colors, the framing, it's all great. Especially in the scenes where they're actually doing the glassworking, like, damn, that looks tasty. Going back to the attention thing, Riaz said in the documentary that he storyboarded the entire movie by himself, which is insane. But you feel the love that's poured into every shot, even the less important ones. Riaz clearly had a vision, and it presents itself beautifully on screen. Maybe in motion it doesn't look the most impressive, but each individual frame is just so gorgeous. It's amazing how they were able to do this on a limited budget with a team who had minimal experience, and I definitely see these people having bright careers ahead of them. So yeah, great animation, a well-executed story, compelling characters except for one, and an overwhelming sense of love. Wow, this movie sounds fantastic. And yeah, it kinda is. For the first 3/4 at least. Unfortunately, a lot of the minor issues I have with the movie really start to rear their ugly heads towards the ending, weighing it down in the process. Come on, you were doing so well. I mentioned that Riaz storyboarded the entire movie by himself. Well, he did that before the script was finalized, and ended up with a cut around 2 hours. At the Q&A, Miriam mentioned how they had to do some shaving in order to make the film more digestible. Which I get, I'm like Pompo, I like 90-minute movies. But with this one, you can really tell where the cuts were made, and that the story they're trying to tell is just a bit too long for the runtime. I'm not gonna spoil everything, but I'll give you the gist. Elise leaves town with Malik, which you could already see coming. And naturally, Vincent is so upset that he sabotages the project to try and get people killed. But then he changes his mind as the town is getting attacked, and he acts stupid and does something unspeakable to his father. And then we flash forward to the president and everyone is fine and happy. What? Nothing this movie introduces in the last act actually gets resolved. It's so jarring. If you don't have the runtime to fit this stuff in, then that's fine, but don't bother introducing it in the first place. It honestly turns Vincent into a bit of an unlikable idiot.
Vincent is an idiot.
Like, yeah, after this incident, maybe Elise is better off with Malik, you sheep. I get that he's hurt by Elise leaving, and while I buy his pain, I don't buy it to the degree that he would go insane and do all this. And then he just snaps out of it and everything is fine again. This just feels like a really shoddily put together attempt at a climax, and what's worse is that the movie didn't even need it. If we cut to the present after Elise leaves, the narrative works just fine. What was the point of this? I'm sorry, I feel bad for harping on this ending because it was clearly impacted by time restraints. But then again, I'm not sure I would have liked this direction even in the 2-hour cut. It's disappointing how a beautiful, well-told story becomes a little too ambitious for its own good and ends up making a mess of things. The epilogue scene is nice at least, even if Vincent received no repercussions for his actions, so that's cool. Then Elise comes back through the power of magic, which is cute, but like, why? I don't know, nothing in this ending really comes together or provides a satisfying conclusion to the story. This film didn't receive absolutely glowing reviews among critics, and I hate to say it, but I can see why. Sticking the landing is important, and this film just doesn't. Ultimately, it's what drags the film down from amazing to just really great. On top of some minor pacing issues, the character of Malik, and the movie just feeling like it was cut short in general. But even with all that, The Glassworker is a movie that I just can't help but adore. What the team at Mono Animation did here is so impressive and admirable. They started a studio from basically nothing and formed a beautiful, magical movie that can almost stand toe-to-toe with that of one from a major animation studio. Their talent simply cannot be denied. And even besides that talent, this is just a really well-made, sweet, enjoyable, powerful movie that feels like a love letter to art and the country that made it. It doesn't hit all the right notes, but it hits so many of them. It's a triumph of a movie that should be remembered for decades to come. Is it flawed? Yeah, which is why I call it Pakistan's animated marvel instead of their masterpiece. Besides, that title is already claimed. I think the fact that this movie had such big shoes to fill being the first of its kind may have set it up with some unfair expectations. Being what is basically Pakistan's equivalent of Snow White or Toy Story would probably make some people go in expecting a masterpiece. And it's not quite that, but I don't really think it needs to be. There is so much to love about this movie despite its shortcomings, and it deserves to be watched and rewarded just the same. And hey, the first works of Miyazaki and Hosoda certainly weren't their best, and the less said about Shinkai the better. Not every non-mainstream animated movie is going to be a silent voice or bell for me, and that's okay. As long as there's a sense of passion and heart and artistry, your movie has my respect. And I cannot respect The Glassworker enough. It may not be one of the best, but it may very well be one of the most important animated films the world has ever seen. Is what I would be saying if it actually got a release in the West. Yeah, you see, there's a dirty little secret about The Glassworker that is one of the main reasons I wanted to do this video. Despite having multiple screenings across the US like the one I went to, The Glassworker has not been picked up for American distribution by anyone. And keep in mind, by festival movie standards, this movie is already pretty old. It premiered at Annecy in June of 2024. It has been nearly a year and no American distributor has touched it. Now, if you know me, I think the obvious choice for a distributor would be GKids. I mean, they literally have most of the movies that inspired this one, so it makes perfect sense. Plus, it's an anime-esque animated film from South Asia, something that would perfectly appeal to the audience of most of GKids' releases. This seems like a no-brainer to acquire, but no. Instead, they decided to acquire the f***ing Hatsune Miku movie. No shade to her, obviously, but why? And what's worse is that nobody else has gotten their hands on it either. The distributors of movies like Flow and Memoir of a Snail, yeah, I guess they're just too good for The Glassworker. Neon, absolutely no word from them. I'd even take Viva Kids at this point. You guys distributed Rally Road Racers. You have nothing to lose. So why is this? Why does The Glassworker remain in American release limbo despite receiving positive reviews and having the massive selling point of being Pakistan's first 2D animated film? Well, I wanted to say it was because of the political climate in this country at the moment, which very well could be a factor. But then again, GKids distributed a film like The Breadwinner, which is 10 times less American friendly than this, in the year of 2017. So I'm not really sure that's the reason as to why The Glassworker is being treated this way. Maybe it's because they don't see it as marketable enough for American audiences. But like, neither are any of these other non-mainstream animated films, and they all got picked up. And it's not like this is some piece of shit that nobody would want on their distribution resume. It's good! It's really good! Why does nobody want it? Because of this lack of distribution, not a lot of people in the West are going to be able to watch and support this movie like I did, which is a shame. You can watch the documentary on YouTube for free, yet you can't watch the actual movie if you're an American. And it's especially aggravating how the lack of accessibility means it has less Letterboxd views than the Buck Wild movie! Okay, maybe I'm not being fair. I haven't seen the Buck Wild movie, nor am I ever going to, so maybe it's more worthy of being viewed by American eyes than The Glassworker is. But do you know what isn't Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate. I have watched this shit, and I can confirm that it is not better than The Glassworker by any metric. Yet it has 8 times the amount of views on Letterboxd. Why is that, you may ask? Because nobody has picked up The Glassworker for an American release! You're whining. Oh, shut up.
Yeah, sorry that I want good art that people painstakingly worked on for 10 years to be seen by the American public.
Especially over shit that everyone agrees is bad.
Sorry that I want to promote and introduce people to movies that need the attention.
Although I don't even know why I'm saying this, because if you think this way, you obviously don't care and would never watch this far into a video about the fucking Glassworker! So, yeah, this incredible movie is one you can unfortunately not watch if you live in America. Well, technically there is a way you can watch it, but I don't really want to encourage that given how much it took to get this movie made and how hard everyone worked to make it happen. That would feel like it's service. I know it's weird telling you not to watch a film I just gushed about for 20 minutes, but instead I want to ask my 7 or so loyal fans to do something else. Share this video around, tell your friends about the movie, make the internet aware. If this video and this call for distribution get big enough, we may have the tiniest chance of seeing it be picked up. If you guys actually make that happen, I will return the favor and review Hit Pig, sure. I don't want to live in a world where a country can't legally watch a work of art like this, especially after seeing that documentary and seeing how much went into it. I really do hope this video gets a considerable amount of views, and this Glassworker movement, if you will, gets at least a smidgen of traction. Ever since my non-mainstream animation video, I've kind of felt like it's my job to make you guys aware of these movies. And as fun as it could be to solely trash slop with minimal artistic merit, I think it's important to give specific recommendations for non-mainstream animation as well. And it's especially important that people are actually able to, you know, watch these movies. So I sincerely hope you like and share the video, put it in the YouTube algorithm's favor, and make more people aware of this movie's existence. I would absolutely love to see it get picked up and be seen by thousands more people. It's a wonderful work of art filled to the brim with passion and love, and I hope that one day it will be given the love it deserves. Thank you for listening, thank you Mono Animation Studios, and thank you Usman Riaz. Good night.
Гоша? Гоша. Гоша, кар. 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 Скажи кар. 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 Гошенька. Гош.
You gotta give me your gun.
Jeez, she's so hot. Damn.
A fucking pocket knife? A fucking pocket knife?
A fucking
large chili cheese tot.
Me and my people are leaving.
How cute. What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Story of a good tale.
Black freaking excellence.
You gotta give me your gun.
Black excellence. Black freaking excellence.
Car. Car.
Let's finish this, you and I. Oh yeah.
Гоша. Car.
No.
Ready to enjoy more Chicken Joyous moments?
It's a pie. It's a pie. It's a pie.
Isa pa.
It's a pie. Chicken Joy.
Try the new Chicken Joy Perfect Pairs.
Challenge everything.
Everybody shut up. Everyone listen up. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Turn me up. If you can't write in the proper way, if you don't know how to conjugate, maybe you flunked that class, and maybe now you find that people mock you on the line. Okay, now here's the deal. I'll try to educate you. Gonna familiarize you with the nomenclature. You learn the definitions of nouns and prepositions. Literacy's your mission, and that's why I think it's a good time to learn some grammar. What? Now did I stammer? Work on that grammar. You should know it. It's less or it's fewer. Like people who were never raised in a sewer. I hate these word crimes. Like I could care less. That means you do care. At least a little. Be a moron. Hey, you better slow down and use the right pronoun. Show the world you're no clown. Say you got an IT followed by apostrophe. Yes, now what does that mean? You would not use this in this case as a possessive. It's a contraction. What's a contraction?
Well, it's the shortening of a word or group of words by omission of a single letter.
Okay, now here's some notes. Syntax, you're always mangling. No X in espresso. Your participles dangling. But I don't want your drama. If you really want, leave out that Oxford comma. Just keep in mind that BC are you. Are words not letters? Get it together. Use a spell checker. You should never write words using numbers unless you're 7 or your name is Prince. I hate these word crimes. You really need them. Full-time proofreader. I mean those crimes. Use a mouth breather. Well, you should hire some kind of linguist to help you distinguish what is proper English. One thing I ask of you, time to learn your homophones is past due. Learn to diagram a sentence too. Always say to whom, don't ever say to who. And listen up when I tell you this. I hope you never use quotation marks for emphasis. You finished second grade, I hope you can tell if you're doing good or doing well. Better figure out the difference. Irony is not coincidence. And I thought that you'd gotten it through your skull, but what's figurative and what's literal? Oh, but just now you said you literally couldn't get out of bed. That really makes me want to literally smack a crowbar upside your stupid head. I read your email. Yeah. It's quite apparent. Your grammar's errant. Your incoherence. Saw your blog post. It's really fantastic. That was sarcastic. Cause you write like a spastic. I hate these word crimes. Your prose is dopey. Think you should only write an emoji. You're a lost cause. Go back to preschool. Get out of the gene pool. Try your best to not drool. Never mind, I give up. Really, no, I give up.
From era to era to era, the fun goes on. Shakey's 50 years.
Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your fingers? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it. But how do you know? How does anyone know anything? You might say, well, I know where my fingers are. I'm looking right at them. Or I can touch them. I can feel them. They're right here. And that's good. Your senses are a great way to learn things. In fact, we have way more than the usual 5 senses we talk about. For instance, your kinesthetic sense, proprioception. This is what the police evaluate during a field sobriety test. It allows you to tell where your fingers and arms and head and legs and your body is all in relation to each other without having to look or touch other things. We have way more than 5 senses. We have at least twice as many and then some. But they're not perfect. There are optical illusions, audio illusions, temperature sensation illusions, even tactile illusions. Can you turn your tongue upside down? If so, perfect. Try this. Run your finger along the outer edge of the tip of your upside down tongue. Your tongue will be able to feel your finger, but in the wrong place. Our brains never needed to develop an understanding of upside down tongue touch. So when you touch the right side of your tongue, when it's flipped over to your left side, you perceive a sensation on the opposite side where your tongue usually is, but isn't when it's upside down. It's pretty freaky and cool and a little humbling because it shows the limits of the accuracy of our senses, the only tools we have to get what's out there in here. The philosophy of knowledge, the study of knowing, is called epistemology. Plato famously said that the things we know are things that are true, that we believe, and that we have justification for believing. Those justifications might be irrational, or they might be rational, they might be based on proof. But don't get too confident, because proven is not a synonym for true. Luckily, there are things that we can know without needing proof, without needing to even leave the house, things that we can know as true by reason alone. These are things that we know a priori. An example would be the statement, all bachelors are unmarried. I don't have to go survey every bachelor on earth to know that that is true. All bachelors are unmarried because that's how we define the word bachelor. Of course, you have to know what the words bachelor and unmarried mean in the first place. Oh, you do? Okay, perfect, that's great. But how do you know? This time I mean functionally. How do you know? Where is knowledge biologically in the brain? What are memories made out of? We are a long way from being able to answer that question completely, but research has shown that memories don't exist in the brain in single locations. Instead, what we call a memory is likely made up of many different complex relationships all over the brain between lots of brain cells, neurons. A major cellular mechanism thought to underlie the formation of memories is long-term potentiation, or LTP. When one neuron stimulates another neuron repeatedly, that signal can be enhanced over time, LTP, wiring them more strongly together, and that connection can last a long time, even an entire lifetime. A collection of different brain cells, neurons that fire together in a particular order over and over again frequently and repeatedly, can achieve long-term potentiation, becoming more sensitive to each other and more ready to fire in the exact same way later on in the future. They're a physical thing in your brain firing together more easily because you strengthened that pattern of firing. You memorized. This branching forest of firing friends looks messy, but look closer. It could be the memory of your first kiss, a living souvenir of the event. If I were to go into your brain and cut out those cells, could I make you forget your first kiss? Or could I make you forget where your fingers are? only if I cut out a lot of your brain, because memories aren't just stored in one relationship, they're stored all over the brain. The events leading up to your first kiss are stored in one network, the way it felt or the way it smelled in different networks, all added up together, making what you call the memory of your first kiss. How many memories can you fit inside your head? What is the storage capacity of the human brain? The best we can do is a rough estimate, but given the number of neurons in the brain involved with memory and the number of different connections a single neuron can make, Paul Reber at Northwestern University estimated that we can store the digital equivalent of about 2.5 petabytes of information. That's the equivalent of recording a TV channel continuously for 300 years. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information about skills you can do and facts and people you've met, things in the real world. The world is real, right? How do you know? It's a difficult question, but it's not rocket science. Instead, it is asking whether or not rocket scientists even exist in the first place. The theory that the sun moved around the Earth worked great. It predicted that the sun would rise every morning, and it did. It wasn't until later that we realized what we thought was true might not be. So, do we, or will we ever know true reality? Or are we stuck in a world where the best we can do is be approximately true, discovering more and more useful theories every day, but never actually reaching true, objective, actual reality? Can science or reason ever prove convincingly that your friends and YouTube videos and your fingers actually exist beyond your mind? That you don't just live in the Matrix? No. Your mind is all that you have. Even if you use instruments like a telescope or particle accelerators, the final stop for all of that information is you. You are alone in your own brain, which technically impossible to prove that anything else exists. It's called the egocentric predicament. Everything you know about the world out there depends on and is created inside your brain. This mattered so much to Charles Sanders Peirce that he drew a line between reality, the way the universe truly is, and what he called the phaneron, the world as filtered through our senses and bodies, the only information we can get. If you want to speak with certainty, you live in, that is, you react to and remember and experience your phaneron, not reality. The belief that only you exist and everything else, food, the universe, your friends, are all figments of your mind, is called solipsism. There is no way to convince a solipsist that the outside world is real. And there is no way to convince someone who doubts that the universe wasn't created just 3 seconds ago, along with all of our memories. It's a frightening realization that we don't always know how to deal with. There's even the Matrix defense. In 2002, Tonda Lynn Ansley shot and killed her landlady. She argued that she believed she was in the Matrix, that her crimes weren't real. By using the Matrix defense, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, because the opposite view is just way more healthy and common. It's called realism. Realism is the belief that the outside world exists independently of your own phaneron. Rocks and stars and Thora Birch would continue to exist even if you weren't around to experience them. But you cannot know realism is true. All you can do is believe. Martin Gardner, a great source for math magic tricks, explained that he is not a solipsist because realism is just way more convenient and healthy, and it works. As to whether it bothered him that he could never know realism was true, he wrote, "If you ask me to tell you anything about the nature of what lies beyond the phaneron, my answer is, How should I know? I am not dismayed by ultimate mysteries. I can no more grasp what is behind such questions as my cat can understand what is behind the clatter I make while I type this paragraph. Humble stuff. What strikes me is the cat. Cats do not understand keyboards, but they know that keyboards are a fun place to be. It's a great way to get the attention of a human. They're warm and exciting, surrounded by noises and flashing lights. Plus, cats love to get their scent on whatever they can, a mark of their existence. We aren't that much different, except instead of keyboards, we have the mysteries of the universe. We will never be able to understand all of them. We won't be able to ever answer every single question, but walking around in those questions, exploring them, is fun. It feels good. And as always, thanks for watching. Do you want more unanswered questions? Well, you're in luck. Today, 9 other amazing channels on YouTube have made videos about questions we still haven't fully answered. All Time 10s has organized them, and to watch them all, click the annotation at the end of this video or the link at the top of the description. Enjoy. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your fingers? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it. But how do you know? How does anyone know anything? You might say, well, I know where my fingers are. I'm looking right at them. Or I can touch them. I can feel them. They're right here. And that's good. Your senses are a great way to learn things. In fact, we have way more than the usual 5 senses we talk about. For instance, your kinesthetic sense, proprioception. This is what the police evaluate during a field sobriety test. It allows you to tell where your fingers and arms and head and legs and your body is all in relation to each other without having to look or touch other things. We have way more than 5 senses. We have at least twice as many, and then some. But they're not perfect. There are optical illusions, audio illusions, temperature sensation illusions, even tactile illusions. Can you turn your tongue upside down? If so, perfect. Try this. Run your finger along the outer edge of the tip of your upside down tongue. Your tongue will be able to feel your finger, but in the wrong place. Our brains never needed to develop an understanding of upside down tongue touch. So when you touch the right side of your tongue, when it's flipped over to your left side, you perceive a sensation on the opposite side where your tongue usually is, but isn't when it's upside down. It's pretty freaky and cool, and a little humbling, because it shows the limits of the accuracy of our senses. The only tools we have to get what's out there in here. The philosophy of knowledge, the study of knowing, is called epistemology. Plato famously said that the things we know are things that are true, that we believe, and that we have justification for believing. Those justifications might be irrational, or they might be rational. They might be based on proof. But don't get too confident, because proven is not a synonym for true. Luckily, there are things that we can know without needing proof, without needing to even leave the house, things that we can know as true by reason alone. These are things that we know a priori. An example would be the statement, all bachelors are unmarried. I don't have to go survey every bachelor on Earth to know that that is true. All bachelors are unmarried because that's how we define the word bachelor. Of course, you have to know what the words bachelor and unmarried mean in the first place. Oh, you do? Okay, perfect, that's great. But how do you know? This time I mean functionally. How do you know? Where is knowledge biologically in the brain? What are memories made out of? We are a long way from being able to answer that question completely, but research has shown that memories don't exist in the brain in single locations. Instead, what we call a memory is likely made up of many different complex relationships all over the brain between lots of brain cells, neurons. A major cellular mechanism thought to underlie the formation of memories is long-term potentiation, or LTP. When one neuron stimulates another neuron repeatedly, that signal can be enhanced over time, LTP, wiring them more strongly together, and that connection can last a long time, even an entire lifetime. A collection of different brain cells, neurons that fire together in a particular order over and over again frequently and repeatedly, can achieve long-term potentiation, becoming more sensitive to each other and more ready to fire in the exact same way later on in the future. They're a physical thing in your brain firing together more easily because you strengthened that pattern of firing. You memorized. This branching forest of firing friends looks messy, but look closer. It could be the memory of your first kiss, a living souvenir of the event. If I were to go into your brain and cut out those cells, could I make you forget your first kiss? Or could I make you forget where your fingers are? Only if I cut out a lot of your brain, because memories aren't just stored in one relationship, they're stored all over the brain. The events leading up to your first kiss are stored in one network, the way it felt or the way it smelled in different networks, all added up together, making what you call the memory of your first kiss. How many memories can you fit inside your head? What is the storage capacity of the human brain? The best we can do is a rough estimate, but given the number of neurons in the brain involved with memory and the number of different connections a single neuron can make, Paul Reber at Northwestern University estimated that we can store the digital equivalent of about 2.5 petabytes of information. That's the equivalent of recording a TV channel continuously for 300 years. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information about skills you can do and facts and people you've met, things in the real world. The world is real, right? How do you know? It's a difficult question, but it's not rocket science. Instead, it is asking whether or not rocket scientists even exist in the first place. The theory that the sun moved around the Earth worked great. It predicted that the sun would rise every morning, and it did. It wasn't until later that we realized what we thought was true might not be. So, do we, or will we ever know true reality? Or are we stuck in a world where the best we can do is be approximately true, discovering more and more useful theories every day, but never actually reaching true, objective, actual reality? Can science or reason ever prove convincingly that your friends and YouTube videos and your fingers actually exist beyond your mind? That you don't just live in the Matrix? No. Your mind is all that you have. Even if you use instruments like a telescope or particle accelerators, the final stop for all of that information is ultimately you. You are alone in your own brain, which technically makes it impossible to prove that anything else exists. It's called the egocentric predicament. Everything you know about the world out there depends on and is created inside your brain. This mattered so much to Charles Sanders Peirce that he drew a line between reality, the way the universe truly is, and what he called the phaneron, the world as filtered through our senses and bodies, the only information we can get. If you want to speak with certainty, you live in, that is, you react to and remember and experience your phaneron, not reality. The belief that only you exist and everything else, food, the universe, your friends are all figments of your mind is called solipsism. There is no way to convince a solipsist that the outside world is real. And there is no way to convince someone who doubts that the universe wasn't created just 3 seconds ago, along with all of our memories. It's a frightening realization that we don't always know how to deal with. There's even the Matrix defense. In 2002, Tonda Lynn Ansley shot and killed her landlady. She argued that she believed she was in the Matrix, that her crimes weren't real. By using the Matrix defense, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, because the opposite view is just way more healthy and common. It's called realism. Realism is the belief that the outside world exists independently of your own Phaneron. Rocks and stars and Thora Birch would continue to exist even if you weren't around to experience them. But you cannot know realism is true. All you can do is believe. Martin Gardner, a great source for math magic tricks, explained that he is not a solipsist because realism is just way more convenient and healthy, and it works. As to whether it bothered him that he could never know realism was true, he wrote, "If you ask me to tell you anything about the nature of what lies beyond the Phaneron, my answer is, how should I know? I am not dismayed by ultimate mysteries. I can no more grasp what is behind such questions as my cat can understand what is behind the clatter I make while I type this paragraph." Humble stuff. What strikes me is the cat. Cats do not understand keyboards, but they know that keyboards are a fun place to be. It's a great way to get the attention of a human. They're warm and exciting, surrounded by noises and flashing lights. Plus, cats love to get their scent on whatever they can, a mark of their existence. We aren't that much different, except instead of keyboards, we have the mysteries of the universe. We will never be able to understand all of them. We won't be able to ever answer every single question, but walking around in those questions, exploring them, is fun. It feels good. And as always, thanks for watching. Do you want more unanswered questions? Well, you're in luck. Today, 9 other amazing channels on YouTube have made videos about questions we still haven't fully answered. All Time 10s has organized them, and to watch them all, click the annotation at the end of this video or the link at the top of the description. Enjoy. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your fingers? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it. But how do you know? How does anyone know anything? You might say, well, I know where my fingers are. I'm looking right at them. Or I can touch them. I can feel them. They're right here. And that's good. Your senses are a great way to learn things. In fact, we have way more than the usual 5 senses we talk about. For instance, your kinesthetic sense, proprioception. This is what the police evaluate during a field sobriety test. It allows you to tell where your fingers and arms and head and legs and your body is all in relation to each other without having to look or touch other things. We have way more than 5 senses. We have at least twice as many, and then some. But they're not perfect. There are optical illusions, audio illusions, temperature sensation illusions, even tactile illusions. Can you turn your tongue upside? If so, perfect, try this. Run your finger along the outer edge of the tip of the tongue. Your tongue will be able to feel your finger, but in the wrong place. Our brains never needed to develop understanding of upside down tongue touch. So when you touch the right side of your tongue, it's flipped over to your left side, you perceive a sensation on the opposite side where your tongue usually is, but isn't when it's upside down. down. It's pretty freaky and cool, humbling. It shows the limits of the accuracy of our senses, the only tools we have to get what's out there in here. The philosophy of knowledge, the study of knowing, is called epistemology. Plato famously said that the things we know are things that are true, that we believe, and that we have justification for believing. Those justifications might be irrational, or they might be rational, they might be based on proof. But don't get too confident, because proven is not a synonym for true. Luckily, there are things that we can know without needing proof, without needing to even leave the house, things that we can know as true by reason alone. These are things that we know a priori. An example would be the statement, all bachelors are unmarried. I don't have to go survey every bachelor on Earth to know that that is true. All bachelors are unmarried because that's how we define the word bachelor. Of course, you have to know what the words bachelor and unmarried mean in the first place. Oh, you do? Okay, perfect, that's great. But how do you know? This time I mean functionally. How do you know? Where is knowledge biologically in the brain? What are memories made out of? We are a long way from being able to answer that question completely, but research has shown that memories don't exist in the brain in single locations. Instead, what we call a memory is likely made up of many different complex relationships all over the brain between lots of brain cells, neurons. A major cellular mechanism thought to underlie the formation of memories is long-term potentiation, or LTP. When one neuron stimulates another neuron repeatedly, that signal can be enhanced over time, LTP, wiring them more strongly together, and that connection can last a long time, even an entire lifetime. A collection of different brain cells, neurons that fire together in a particular order over and over again frequently and repeatedly, can achieve long-term potentiation, becoming more sensitive to each other and more ready to fire in the exact same way later on in the future. They're a physical thing in your brain firing together more easily because you strengthened that pattern of firing. You memorized. This branching forest of firing friends looks messy, but look closer. It could be the memory of your first kiss, a living souvenir of the event. If I were to go into your brain and cut out those cells, could I make you forget your first kiss? Or could I make you forget where your fingers are? Only if I cut out a lot of your brain, because memories aren't just stored in one relationship, they're stored all over the brain. The events leading up to your first kiss are stored in one network, the way it felt or the way it smelled in different networks, all added up together, making what you call the memory of your first kiss. How many memories can you fit inside your head? What is the storage capacity of the human brain? The best we can do is a rough estimate, but given the number of neurons in the brain involved with memory and the number of different connections a single neuron can make, Paul Reber at Northwestern University estimated that we can store the digital equivalent of about 2.5 petabytes of information. That's the equivalent of recording a TV channel continuously for 300 years. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information about skills you can do and facts and people you've met, things in the real world. The world is real, right? How do you know? It's a difficult question, but it's not rocket science. Instead, it is asking whether or not rocket scientists even exist in the first place. The theory that the sun moved around the Earth worked great. It predicted that the sun would rise every morning, and it did. It wasn't until later that we realized what we thought was true might not be. So, do we, or will we ever know true reality? Or are we stuck in a world where the best we can do is be approximately true, discovering more and more useful theories every day, but never actually reaching true, objective, actual reality? Can science or reason ever prove convincingly that your friends and YouTube videos and your fingers actually exist beyond your mind? That you don't just live in the Matrix? No. Your mind is all that you have. Even if you use instruments like a telescope or particle accelerators, the final stop for all of that information is ultimately you. You are alone in your own brain, which technically makes it impossible to prove that anything else exists. It's called the egocentric predicament. Everything you know about the world out there depends on and is created inside your brain. This mattered so much to Charles Sanders Peirce that he drew a line between reality, the way the universe truly is, and what he called the phaneron, the world as filtered through our senses and bodies, the only information we can get. If you want to speak with certainty, you live in, that is, you react to and remember and experience your phaneron, not reality. The belief that only you exist and everything else, food, the universe, your friends, are all figments of your mind, is called solipsism. There is no way to convince a solipsist that the outside world is real. And there is no way to convince someone who doubts that the universe wasn't created just 3 seconds ago, along with all of our memories. It's a frightening realization that we don't always know how to deal with. There's even the Matrix defense. In 2002, Tonda Lynn Ansley shot and killed her landlady. She argued that she believed she was in the Matrix, that her crimes weren't real. By using the Matrix defense, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, because the opposite view is just way more healthy and common. It's called realism. Realism is the belief that the outside world exists independently of your own phaneron. Rocks and stars and Thora Birch would continue to exist even if you weren't around to experience them. But you cannot know realism is true. All you can do is believe. Martin Gardner, a great source for math magic tricks, explained that he is not a solipsist because realism is just way more convenient and healthy, and it works. As to whether it bothered him that he could never know realism was true, he wrote, "If you ask me to tell you anything about the nature of what lies beyond the phaneron, my answer is, how should I know? I am not dismayed by ultimate mysteries. I can no more grasp what is behind such questions as my cat can understand what is behind the clatter I make while I type this paragraph." Humble stuff. What strikes me is the cat. Cats do not understand keyboards, but they know that keyboards are a fun place to be. It's a great way to get the attention of a human. They're warm and exciting, surrounded by noises and flashing lights. Plus, cats love to get their scent on whatever they can, a mark of their existence. We aren't that much different, except instead of keyboards, we have the mysteries of the universe. We will never be able to understand all of them. We won't be able to ever answer every single question. But walking around in those questions, exploring them, is fun. It feels good. And as always, thanks for watching. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Where are your fingers? Seriously, it's a pretty easy question. You should be able to answer it. But how do you know? How does anyone know anything? You might say, well, I know where my fingers are. I'm looking right at them. Or I can touch them. I can feel them. They're right here. And that's good. Your senses are a great way to learn things. In fact, we have way more than the usual 5 senses we talk about. For instance, your kinesthetic sense. proprioception. This is what the police evaluate during a field sobriety test. It allows you to tell where your fingers and arms and head and legs and your body is all in relation to each other without having to look or touch other things. We have way more than 5 senses. We have at least twice as many and then some. But they're not perfect. There are optical illusions, audio illusions, temperature sensation illusions, even tactile illusions. Can you turn your tongue upside down? If so, perfect, try this. Run your finger along the outer edge of the tip of your upside down tongue. Your tongue will be able to feel your finger, but in the wrong place. Our brains never needed to develop an understanding of upside down tongue touch. So when you touch the right side of your tongue, when it's flipped over to your left side, you perceive a sensation on the opposite side where your tongue usually is, but isn't when it's upside down. It's pretty freaky and cool and a little humbling because it shows the limits of the accuracy of our senses, the only tools we have to get what's out there in here. The philosophy of knowledge, the study of knowing, is called epistemology. Plato famously said that the things we know are things that are true, that we believe, and that we have justification for believing. Those justifications might be irrational, or they might be rational, they might be based on proof. But don't get too confident, because proven is not a synonym for true. Luckily, there are things that we can know without needing proof, without needing to even leave the house, things that we can know as true by reason alone. These are things that we know a priori. An example would be the statement, all bachelors are unmarried. I don't have to go survey every bachelor on earth to know that that is true. All bachelors are unmarried because that's how we define the word bachelor. Of course, you have to know what the words bachelor and unmarried mean in the first place. Oh, you do? Okay, perfect, that's great. But how do you know? This time I mean functionally. How do you know? Where is knowledge biologically in the brain? What are memories made out of? We are a long way from being able to answer that question completely, but research has shown that memories don't exist in the brain in single locations. Instead, what we call a memory is likely made up of many different complex relationships all over the brain between lots of brain cells, neurons. A major cellular mechanism thought to underlie the formation of memories is long-term potentiation, or LTP. When one neuron stimulates another neuron repeatedly, that signal can be enhanced over time, LTP, wiring them more strongly together, and that connection can last a long time, even an entire lifetime. A collection of different brain cells, neurons that fire together in a particular order over and over again frequently and repeatedly, can achieve long-term potentiation, becoming more sensitive to each other and more ready to fire in the exact same way later on in the future. They're a physical thing in your brain firing together more easily because you strengthened that pattern of firing. You memorized. This branching forest of firing friends looks messy, but look closer. It could be the memory of your first kiss, a living souvenir of the event. If I were to go into your brain and cut out those cells, could I make you forget your first kiss? Or could I make you forget where your fingers are? Only if I cut out a lot of your brain, because memories aren't just stored in one relationship, they're stored all over the brain. The events leading up to your first kiss are stored in one network, the way it felt or the way it smelled in different networks, all added up together, making what you call the memory of your first kiss. How many memories can you fit inside your head? What is the storage capacity of the human brain? The best we can do is a rough estimate, but given the number of neurons in the brain involved with memory and the number of different connections a single neuron can make, Paul Reber at Northwestern University estimated that we can store the digital equivalent of about 2.5 petabytes of information. That's the equivalent of recording a TV channel continuously for 300 years. That's a lot of information. That is a lot of information about skills you can do and facts and people you've met, things in the real world. The world is real, right? How do you know? It's a difficult question, but it's not rocket science. Instead, it is asking whether or not rocket scientists even exist in the first place. The theory that the sun moved around the Earth worked great. It predicted that the sun would rise every morning, and it did. It wasn't until later that we realized what we thought was true might not be. So, do we, or will we ever know true reality? Or are we stuck in a world where the best we can do is be approximately true, discovering more and more useful theories every day, but never actually reaching true, objective, actual reality? Can science or reason ever prove convincingly that your friends and YouTube videos and your fingers actually exist beyond your mind? That you don't just live in the Matrix? No. Your mind is all that you have. Even if you use instruments like a telescope or particle accelerators, the final stop for all of that information is ultimately you. You are alone in your own brain, which technically makes it impossible to prove that anything else exists. It's called the egocentric predicament. Everything you know about the world out there depends on and is created inside your brain. This mattered so much to Charles Sanders Peirce that he drew a line between reality, the way the universe truly is, and what he called the phaneron, the world as filtered through our senses and bodies, the only information we can get. If you want to speak with certainty, you live in, that is, you react to and remember and experience your phaneron, not reality. The belief that only you exist and everything else, food, the universe, your friends, are all figments of your mind, is called solipsism. There is no way to convince a solipsist that the outside world is real. And there is no way to convince someone who doubts that the universe wasn't created just 3 seconds ago, along with all of our memories. It's a frightening realization that we don't always know how to deal with. There's even the Matrix defense. In 2002, Tonda Lynn Ansley shot and killed her landlady. She argued that she believed she was in the Matrix, that her crimes weren't real. By using the Matrix defense, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity, because the opposite view is just way more healthy and common. It's called realism. Realism is the belief that the outside world exists independently of your own phaneron. Rocks and stars and Thora Birch would continue to exist even if you weren't around to experience them. But you cannot know realism is true. All you can do is believe. Martin Gardner, a great source for math magic tricks, explained that he is not a solipsist because realism is just way more convenient and healthy, and it works. As to whether it bothered him that he could never know realism was true, he wrote, "If you ask me to tell you anything about the nature of what lies beyond the phaneron, my answer is, how should I know? I am not dismayed by ultimate mysteries. I can no more grasp what is behind such questions as my cat can understand what is behind the clatter I make while I type this paragraph." Humble stuff. What strikes me is the cat. Cats do not understand keyboards, but they know that keyboards are a fun place to be. It's a great way to get the attention of a human. They're warm and exciting, surrounded by noises and flashing lights. Plus, cats love to get their scent on whatever they can, a mark of their existence. We aren't that much different, except instead of keyboards, we have the mysteries of the universe. We will never be able to understand all of them. We won't be able to ever answer every single question, but walking around in those questions, exploring them, is fun. It feels good. And as always, thanks for watching. Do you want more unanswered questions? Well, you're in luck. Today, 9 other amazing channels on YouTube have made videos about questions we still haven't fully answered. All Time 10s has organized them, and to watch them all, click the annotation at the end of this video or the link at the top of the description. Enjoy.